During the wedding toast, my friend leaned over and said, "Can you believe she invited Liam after what he did to your face?" I choked on my champagne and almost dropped the glass. She did? Don't worry, he's not coming. Something about being out of town. Still, not exactly girl code, is it? She patted my shoulder. You have nothing to worry about. But she didn't know what Liam had whispered that night. All of this is your fault, and someday everyone will know. I forced myself to smile as the best man continued his speech, but my eyes were scanning the reception hall, checking every face. The last time I'd seen Liam, I'd been on the bathroom floor spitting teeth onto the tile while he fixed his hair in the mirror and reminded me that no one would ever believe me. He said, "Tell anyone and I'll make sure they know the truth about what you made me do." I still didn't understand what truth he meant. The not knowing was almost worse than the bruises because it made me question everything. Maybe I had done something. Maybe it was my fault. I excused myself to the bathroom, my heels clicking too loud on the marble floor. In the mirror, I fixed my lipstick with shaking hands. He wouldn't come. Not after I'd stayed silent. Not after I'd let him keep his reputation. That was the deal we made. The only thing he had to do to keep me from talking to the cops was stay away from my life and our friends. He wouldn't go back on that now, I told myself. Not for no reason. Not at a wedding. But then my phone buzzed. A photo of me from 30 seconds ago, walking to the bathroom. The message said, "Time for everyone to know." I ran out of the bathroom, but someone grabbed me from behind, hand over my mouth, dragging me into the stairwell. Liam slammed me against the wall and my head cracked against the concrete. Stars exploded across my vision. He said, "Long time no see." The stairwell door opened. A drunk groomsman looking for somewhere to smoke. Liam let go of me instantly, that practiced smile appearing. The groomsman asked if everything was okay, and Liam said, "Just catching up with my ex." The guy left. Liam grabbed my hair, yanking me up the stairs. I screamed, but he slammed my face against the railing. Blood filled my mouth. He dragged me higher, my heels scraping concrete. He said, "You're going to admit what you did." I sobbed. "I don't know what you're talking about." He said, "Stop lying. You know exactly what you did. How you humiliated me. How you planned it all." The roof door was propped open with a brick. He'd planned this. He shoved me outside into the cold air. The wedding was 5 stories down, the guests laughing, oblivious. He backed me toward the edge and said, "You're going to jump. Or I go down there and tell everyone what you really are." I said, "I didn't do anything." His face twisted with rage. "You did everything. You calculated every move, every word. You wanted this to happen." He grabbed my shoulders and pushed me backward. The ledge hit my thighs hard and I grabbed his arms to keep from falling. The drop yawned behind me. He said, "They already think you're unstable. They'll believe you jumped out of guilt." I knew there was no point trying to defend myself, to keep insisting that I'd never done anything to justify him putting his hands on me. All I was doing was making him angrier and crazier. He pushed harder, bending me backward over the edge. My feet barely touched the roof now. All he had to do was let go. I saw a brick from the demolished chimney within reach. I let go with one hand, stretching for it. He laughed, thinking I was flailing. My fingers closed around it and I swung at his temple with everything I had. It connected with a wet crack and he stumbled backward, releasing me. I fell forward onto the roof, gasping. He was holding his head, blood running between his fingers. He said, "You crazy bitch," and lunged at me. We crashed onto the concrete, rolling toward the edge. He got on top, hands around my throat, squeezing. Black spots filled my vision. He said, "Should have jumped when you had the chance." My hand found the brick again. I swung it up, catching him in the jaw. He reared back and I pushed him off, scrambling away. But he grabbed my ankle, dragging me back toward the edge. My nails broke as I clawed at the concrete. We were at the ledge now, him pulling me over while I kicked at his face. My dress tore as I slid closer to the drop. He stood over me, foot on my fingers where I gripped a drainage pipe, and said, "Tell me what you did. Admit you made me hurt you." That's when I knew I didn't have a choice. It was either die or tell him what he wanted to hear, even if it would destroy my life. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. I opened my mouth and the words came out shaking. "I planned it all. Every single thing. I wanted to hurt you. I made you do it." His face changed, the rage shifting into something worse, something satisfied. He pulled out his phone with one hand while keeping the other on my shoulder, holding me at the edge. He hit record and leaned closer, the phone pointed at my face. "Say it again," he said, and I repeated the lies while the 5-story drop waited behind me. "I planned everything to hurt you." The phone screen glowed between us and I saw my opening. I drove my knee up into his groin as hard as I could and shoved him backward with both hands. He stumbled and dropped the phone, doubling over, and I didn't wait to see more. I ran for the roof door, my heels catching on loose gravel, my torn dress flapping against my legs. Behind me he was shouting, but I didn't look back. I yanked the door open and threw myself into the stairwell. My dress caught on the metal railing and ripped further as I took the stairs 3 at a time. The concrete walls echoed with my footsteps and his voice somewhere above. 3rd floor, I saw a bathroom sign and crashed through the door. I locked myself in the last stall with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. My phone was still in my purse somehow. I pulled it out and my fingers slipped on the screen twice before I got 911 dialed. The operator answered and I tried to whisper, but it came out as crying. I'm at the Riverside venue, 5th floor. He tried to kill me. I'm in the bathroom. She kept talking, asking questions, telling me to stay on the line. I heard the bathroom door open and my whole body froze. Someone was crying, the operator said, and I realized it was me making those sounds. Then a male voice outside the stall. Hey, are you okay in there? I recognized it, the groomsman from the stairwell. Seth. I managed to say I need help and he was calling for venue staff. 2 women came in, their voices going high and worried when they saw my face. They got the stall door open and helped me out. One of them was talking to the 911 operator, while the other one wrapped her jacket around my shoulders. They moved me to a locked office near the kitchens, and someone brought ice wrapped in a towel. The operator stayed on the phone until we heard sirens. The EMTs came in with their bags and bright flashlights. They had cameras and took pictures before they touched anything. The gash on my head, the bruises already forming on my throat, my split lip, the scrapes covering my arms. They asked if I could move my neck and checked my pupils with a light that hurt. I let them do whatever they needed because all I could think about was staying alive. Just staying alive for the next minute and the next. One of them was talking about possible concussion, and the other was cleaning the blood off my face with something that stung. Venue security came through saying they locked the roof access and were searching for him. Staff members were giving statements to someone, describing how they found me injured and scared. I could hear music from downstairs, the reception still going, everyone dancing and drinking while I sat in this office with blood on my dress. At the hospital, they took me straight to a room. A doctor came in and examined my head, asking me to follow her finger with my eyes and remember 3 words she told me. They cleaned my wounds properly, and a nurse brought me water in a plastic cup. Then a woman appeared in the doorway holding a folder. She introduced herself as Aurora from Victim Services and pulled a chair close to mine. She said I didn't have to make any decisions right now except whether I wanted to talk to police. Her voice was calm and she didn't ask me what happened, just sat there while I tried to stop shaking. Detective Hale arrived maybe 20 minutes later. She had kind eyes and a notebook, and she said we could do a full interview later when I felt calmer. Right now, the priority was medical care and making sure I was safe. She took some basic information, my name and Liam's name and what venue we'd been at. I kept apologizing for not remembering details clearly, and she told me that was completely normal after head trauma. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd said on that roof, whether he actually got it recorded. The shame of those words, even though I only said them to survive, made me want to throw up. Aurora must have seen something on my face because she leaned forward and said that statements made under threat of death aren't confessions. She said it again slower. Coerced statements don't count. Detective Hale asked if I wanted to call family. I thought about my parents and how I'd have to explain everything, and I just couldn't do it yet. I gave her Lucy's number instead, my friend from college who moved here 2 years ago and never met Liam. Lucy answered on the second ring, and I heard Detective Hale explaining in a careful voice that I was okay, but I'd been hurt, and I was at the hospital. Within an hour, Lucy was there. She came into the room and took one look at my face and didn't ask a single question. She just squeezed my hand and said, "You're staying at my place." Aurora helped us make a safety plan right there in the ER. New phone number first thing tomorrow. Lock down all social media. Someone with me at all times for at least the next few days. Aurora wrote it all down on a card and gave me her direct number. She said to call anytime, even 3 in the morning, if I needed anything or felt unsafe. Detective Hale said she'd be in touch about next steps and evidence collection. They discharged me around midnight with papers about concussion symptoms and wound care. Lucy drove me to her apartment in silence, and I stared out the window at the empty streets. She made up her spare room while I sat on the couch still wearing the torn dress. I couldn't make myself move. Lucy came back from the spare room and sat next to me without saying anything. She pulled a blanket over my shoulders, and I realized I was shaking, even though the apartment was warm. She told me the bed was ready whenever I wanted to sleep, and that she put fresh towels in the bathroom. I nodded but didn't move from the couch. My brain kept replaying the roof, the ledge, his hands pushing me backward. Lucy turned on the TV to some cooking show with the volume low and just sat there with me. Around 1 in the morning, she fell asleep on the other end of the couch, and I stayed awake staring at the screen without seeing anything. My phone buzzed at 2 and I grabbed it fast, heart jumping. Unknown number. I opened the message and a video started playing automatically. It was me on the roof saying I planned everything to hurt him. My voice sounded clear and calm in the recording, nothing like the terror I'd felt. The clip was only 10 seconds long and it showed none of the ledge behind me, none of his hands on my shoulders, nothing that proved I was being bent backward over a 5-story drop when I said those words. It looked like I was standing in some random location making a voluntary confession. I watched it 3 times trying to understand how he'd edited it so perfectly. He must have recorded it on his phone when he leaned in close to hear me better. The angle made it impossible to tell where we were or what was happening. Just me saying exactly what he wanted in a video that could destroy everything. I shook Lucy awake and showed her the screen. She watched the video twice and her face went pale. She asked what I was going to do and I said I didn't know, but we needed to save it as evidence. She grabbed her laptop and helped me screenshot the message, the unknown number, the timestamp showing 2 in the morning. We downloaded the video file and backed it up to 3 different cloud services. Then Lucy pulled up all my social media accounts one by one, and we changed every password, enabled 2-factor authentication, disabled location services, and set everything to private. She made me turn off all location tracking on my phone and showed me how to check which apps had access to my camera and microphone. We went through my entire phone deleting apps I didn't need and restricting permissions on everything else. By 4 in the morning, we had everything locked down as tight as we could make it. I still couldn't sleep, so I opened my notes app and started writing everything I remembered from the roof. I wrote down exact quotes from what Liam said, the timeline of events, the fact that Seth saw us in the stairwell. I described the brick propping open the roof door and how that proved he'd planned it in advance. I wrote about the ledge hitting my thighs and my feet barely touching the roof when he pushed me backward. Aurora had said details matter in court, and I was terrified I'd forget something important later. My hands were shaking so bad I had to retype sentences multiple times, but I kept going. I documented the photo he'd sent of me walking to the bathroom, the message saying it was time for everyone to know, the hand over my mouth dragging me into the stairwell. I wrote down every injury I could remember and where on my body each one was. By 6 in the morning, I had 4 pages of notes with timestamps and descriptions. My phone rang at 8 and I jumped so hard I almost dropped it. Detective Hale's name showed on the screen. She said she'd requested security footage from the venue through a subpoena. The process would take time because of legal requirements, but she was prioritizing it as evidence for an attempted murder investigation. She explained that we needed the stairwell footage showing him dragging me upstairs because it proved I wasn't a willing participant. I told her about the video he'd sent at 2 in the morning, and she said to forward it to her immediately, along with all the screenshots Lucy helped me take. She said the edited video actually helped our case because it showed consciousness of guilt, that he knew what he'd done was wrong and was trying to create a false narrative. I felt slightly better after hanging up, but then I remembered something. Seth the groomsman had seen us in the stairwell. He'd seen my injuries and heard me crying. I grabbed my phone and searched through the wedding hashtag on social media until I found photos he was tagged in. His profile was public, so I could see his full name was Seth Branson. I sent him a direct message explaining who I was and what had happened on the roof. I asked if he'd be willing to give a statement to police about what he witnessed in the stairwell. I tried to keep the message short and factual without sounding desperate, even though I was. Lucy made coffee and toast, but I couldn't eat anything. She said we should go back to the venue and talk to them about the security footage ourselves. I didn't want to go back there, but she was right that we needed to know exactly what the cameras had captured. We drove over that afternoon and met with the operations manager in his office. He pulled up the security system on his computer and showed us the camera locations. The roof camera had been broken for 3 weeks, but the hallway and stairwell cameras were working. He played the stairwell footage, and I watched Liam grab my hair and yank me up the stairs while I tried to pull away. My heels scraped against the concrete steps, and you could see me screaming even though there was no audio. The footage was clear enough to see blood on my face from where he'd slammed me against the railing. The operations manager looked sick watching it. He said he wanted to help, but company policy required a subpoena before releasing any footage because of liability issues. I wanted to scream at him about bureaucracy and policies while someone was trying to kill me, but Detective Hale had warned me this would happen. I thanked him for showing us what existed and asked him to preserve all the files. Lucy drove me back to her apartment and I called Aurora. She said she'd been thinking about my case and wanted to connect me with a legal aid attorney named Chase Fowler, who handled restraining orders. She gave me his number and said to call him immediately because we needed to start building a protection order case while Detective Hale worked on the criminal investigation. I called Chase and he answered on the second ring. He asked me to summarize what happened and I gave him the basic timeline. He said the venue footage, my medical records, and Seth's statement could be enough for a temporary restraining order even before criminal charges were filed. He explained that restraining orders were civil cases with a lower burden of proof than criminal cases, which meant we could get protection in place faster. He said he'd start drafting the petition and we'd file it within the next few days. That afternoon, I was scrolling through social media when I saw Liam had posted something vague about crazy exes and the truth coming out soon. He didn't mention my name, but 3 mutual friends immediately messaged me asking what was going on. I realized he was already building his counter-narrative, telling people his version before I could tell mine. One friend asked if I was okay and I didn't know how to answer that. Another friend said she'd heard something happened at the wedding and wanted to know my side. The third friend just sent question marks. I didn't respond to any of them because I didn't have the energy to explain, and I knew whatever I said would get back to Liam somehow. That evening, Sophia sent me a text that said I ruined her wedding by starting drama and that I should have stayed away from Liam in the first place. She wrote 3 long paragraphs about how embarrassing it was to have police at her reception and how I made everything about myself. I read it twice and then blocked her number without typing a single word back. I didn't have the energy to defend myself to someone who wasn't on that roof and didn't see what he tried to do to me. Detective Hale called the next morning asking me to come in for evidence collection. At the station, a forensic tech scraped under my fingernails for his DNA and took photos of every bruise on my body. The marks had fully developed by then. Purple and yellow across my throat where his hands had been, dark fingerprints on my arms, scrapes down my legs from the concrete. They showed me photos of the brick they'd collected from the roof, tagged and sealed in an evidence bag with his blood still visible on the corner. Seeing it in that sterile plastic made my stomach turn, but I also felt something like relief because it was proof that couldn't be explained away or dismissed. Chase called that afternoon saying he'd filed the emergency temporary restraining order petition, and we had a hearing scheduled for next week. He walked me through what would happen, how the judge would review the evidence and decide if I needed protection. Aurora met me at a coffee shop later and went over courthouse security procedures, explaining where the metal detectors were and which entrance to use. She told me bailiffs were trained to handle situations if Liam showed up and caused problems, that I wouldn't be alone in that building even though it would feel scary. On Monday, I was trying to focus on work when Chandler called me into his office. He looked uncomfortable and said HR received anonymous emails over the weekend, claiming I was mentally unstable and making false accusations against an innocent man. The emails included details about the wedding, and said the company should know they employed someone who creates drama and lies about good people. I pulled up the police report on my phone and showed him the photos of my injuries, the detective's contact information, the evidence collection paperwork. He studied everything for a long time, and then said he'd keep this confidential while I handled the legal situation, that HR wouldn't take action based on anonymous emails when I had documentation proving what happened. I spent my lunch break searching through mutual friends' social media looking for anyone who might know about Liam's past relationships. I found a photo from 2 years ago tagged with Mariana Conley, her arm around Liam at some party, both of them smiling. I clicked through to her profile and saw she'd moved to a different city shortly after that photo was taken. I sent her a careful message saying I'd dated Liam too, and experienced something similar, asking if she'd be willing to talk about her experience with him. I tried to keep it short and not sound desperate, even though I needed to know if I was the only one or if there was a pattern. Mariana responded that evening. She said she'd talk to me, but only if I promised to keep her name out of anything public, because she'd spent 2 years rebuilding her life and couldn't risk him finding out where she was. We scheduled a phone call for the next day, and I felt this tiny spark of hope for the first time since the roof. Like maybe I wasn't crazy, and maybe someone else understood what he was really capable of behind that charming smile. During our call the next afternoon, Mariana described everything in this flat, careful voice like she'd told the story before to therapists, or maybe just to herself. She said Liam was perfect at first, attentive and romantic, but then he started getting mad about small things like her talking to male coworkers or wearing certain clothes. When she tried to leave, he got violent and then threatened to tell everyone she was unstable and abusive if she said anything. She still had old text messages where he wrote things like, "Everyone will believe me over you and you'll never prove what really happened." Hearing those exact same threats come out of someone else's mouth made me want to cry, because it meant this was who he was, not something I'd caused or deserved. That night, Lucy and I were sitting on her couch watching some cooking show when she got up to take out the trash. She came back inside fast and locked the door, saying she saw someone standing across the street just staring up at the building. We went to the window and looked, but whoever it was had moved or left. I called the police and they sent an officer over, but by the time he arrived, there was no one there. He took a report and said he'd have patrol cars drive by more often, but I could tell he thought we were being paranoid or seeing things that weren't there. I went to the hardware store first thing the next morning and bought door jammers for under the knobs and a cheap security camera that connected to my phone. Back at Lucy's apartment, I installed everything myself because I couldn't wait for landlords or police to make me feel safe in the place where I was sleeping. Lucy helped me test the door jammers and set up the camera app, and just having these small barriers between me and the outside made me breathe a little easier, even though I knew they wouldn't stop someone who really wanted to get in. Aurora came over that afternoon with a legal pad and helped me create a detailed timeline of every interaction I'd ever had with Liam. We wrote down dates and locations and who else was there, took screenshots of every text message and social media post, organized everything into folders labeled by month. She showed me how to present evidence in a way that made sense to judges and prosecutors, how to connect each incident to show a pattern instead of isolated events. By the time we finished, I had this thick file of documentation proving that what happened on the roof wasn't random or out of nowhere, but the end result of months of escalating threats and control. The next morning, Detective Hale called while I was making coffee in Lucy's kitchen. She said Liam had filed his own police report claiming I attacked him with a brick, without any reason or warning. My stomach dropped even though she explained this was normal abuser behavior, trying to confuse everyone about who the real victim was. She said he was attempting to claim self-defense before we could build our case, but hearing that he was already twisting the story made me feel sick. I asked if this would hurt my restraining order hearing, and she said it might make things more complicated, but we had medical photos and witness statements on our side. After we hung up, I just stood there holding my coffee mug, watching the steam rise and thinking about how he always stayed 2 steps ahead. Lucy came into the kitchen and asked what was wrong, so I told her about Liam's counter report. She got angry and said anyone who looked at the evidence would see he was lying, but I wasn't so sure anymore because he was good at making people believe him. Chase called that afternoon and asked me to come to his office for hearing prep. I took the bus across town, checking over my shoulder the whole way, and sitting near the driver where I felt safer. His office was small and crowded with file boxes, and he cleared a chair for me while pulling out a legal pad covered in notes. He said Liam's lawyer would try to make me look crazy, or like I was seeking revenge for a bad breakup. He told me to answer every question with just facts. No emotions or guesses about what Liam was thinking. He made me practice responding to hostile questions, stopping me every time I started to explain or justify myself. He said if I felt upset during testimony, I should pause and take a breath before answering, that judges respected composure more than perfect words. We went through mock questions for 2 hours until my head hurt, but I understood why it mattered because one wrong answer could make me look unstable. Walking back to the bus stop, I felt more prepared, but also more scared because now I knew exactly how Liam's lawyer would attack me. My phone buzzed with a message from Seth saying he would provide a written statement about seeing my injuries and hearing me cry in the stairwell. He admitted he was worried about social problems with mutual friends, but said it was the right thing to do. I wanted to cry from relief because I needed someone besides Lucy and Aurora to confirm I wasn't making this up. I messaged back thanking him and saying I understood it was hard to get involved. The next morning, Chandler called me into his office looking uncomfortable. He said Liam's lawyer had sent the company a copy of the edited roof video along with a letter threatening legal action if they didn't fire me. I felt my face get hot with shame even though I hadn't done anything wrong. Chandler said he had to take this seriously because of company liability, and I started to panic that I was about to lose my job on top of everything else. Then he said Chase had already sent them a response letter explaining the video was recorded while Liam was threatening to kill me. He said HR reviewed everything and they weren't firing me, but he wanted me to know what was happening. I thanked him and left his office before I started crying, going straight to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. That evening, I sat on Lucy's couch with my laptop, scrolling through every old message I'd ever exchanged with Liam. I was trying to find what triggered this level of rage, what I'd supposedly done to deserve being dragged to a roof. I read through months of texts looking for the fight or the humiliation he kept talking about. There was nothing except normal relationship stuff. Me asking about his day or making plans for dinner. I couldn't find any moment where I'd hurt him or planned anything against him. The only thing I could figure was that I existed, and he decided I was responsible for something going wrong in his life. Lucy came home with takeout and found me still staring at my screen. She asked what I was looking for, and I said I didn't know anymore, maybe proof that I wasn't crazy for not understanding what he wanted me to admit. She closed my laptop and said I needed to eat something and stop trying to make sense of someone who didn't make sense. My phone rang while we were eating, and it was Mariana calling back. She said she had new information about Liam that might help my case. He'd been fired from his job 3 months ago because of harassment complaints from female coworkers. She said he blamed her publicly on social media, even though she hadn't worked at that company in years. She explained he had this pattern of creating scapegoats whenever his life went wrong, finding someone to blame for his own failures. She said when they dated, he'd accused her of sabotaging his career and ruining his reputation, the same kind of vague accusations he was making against me now. Hearing about this pattern made me feel less alone because it meant this wasn't really about me at all. I was just whoever happened to be available when he needed someone to blame. Detective Hale called 2 days later with good news for once. The subpoena got approved and the venue released the stairwell footage. She said it clearly showed Liam grabbing my hair and forcing me upstairs while I tried to pull away. It wasn't the roof itself, but it proved he was the one attacking me, not the other way around. She said this footage would be strong evidence at the restraining order hearing. I asked when I could see it, and she said I didn't need to watch myself getting hurt again, that she would handle presenting it to the judge. That night, another threatening message arrived from a different phone number. It said he knew where I was staying and I couldn't hide forever. I screenshot it immediately and forwarded it to Detective Hale without even responding. She called back within minutes saying this violated the emergency no-contact order and would strengthen our case. She asked if I felt safe at Lucy's apartment, and I said yes, but I was lying because I didn't feel safe anywhere anymore. The next morning, I had my first therapy intake appointment with a counselor who worked with domestic violence survivors. I sat in her office answering questions about what happened, and when she asked me to describe the roof, I heard myself say someone tried to kill me. Saying those words out loud made it feel more real and more scary than it had been living in my head. She asked how I was sleeping, and I said badly, how I was eating, and I said barely, whether I felt safe, and I said no. She explained that everything I was feeling was normal after what I'd survived. We scheduled weekly appointments, and she gave me some breathing exercises for when I started to panic. Walking out of her office, I felt exhausted, but also a little bit hopeful that maybe I could learn to live with this instead of just surviving it. That afternoon, the venue operations manager called with information that changed everything. He said they'd found access logs showing someone propped the roof door open 2 hours before the wedding ceremony started. This proved Liam had planned the whole thing in advance, that it wasn't a sudden fight that got out of control. No, Detective Hale said this turned it from assault into premeditated attempted murder in terms of how prosecutors would view the case. I sat on Lucy's couch after that call just staring at the wall, trying to process that he'd spent hours planning how to kill me while I was downstairs at a wedding thinking I was safe. I sat on Lucy's couch after that call just staring at the wall, trying to process that he'd spent hours planning how to kill me while I was downstairs at a wedding thinking I was safe. 2 days later, a thick envelope arrived at Lucy's apartment addressed to me. Chase had warned me this might happen, but seeing it still made my hands shake. The cease and desist letter from Liam's lawyer took up 3 pages of legal language that basically said I needed to stop harassing his client and remove all social media posts about him. I read it twice, confused, because I hadn't posted anything anywhere. I'd locked down every account and hadn't mentioned his name online once. Chase called me back within an hour of me forwarding him photos of the letter. He said this was standard intimidation tactics, trying to make me back down before the hearing. He drafted a response that same afternoon pointing out I was seeking a protective order through proper legal channels, which wasn't harassment, and that I hadn't made any public statements about his client whatsoever. Hearing Chase's calm, factual tone helped, but I still felt sick knowing Liam was trying to paint himself as the victim. The next morning, I woke up to 17 notifications on my phone. Someone I'd considered a close friend, Stella, had posted a long Facebook rant about how I was destroying a good man's life with lies and manipulation. She wrote paragraph after paragraph about Liam's character, how he'd never hurt anyone, how I was clearly unstable and seeking attention. She tagged mutual friends and used phrases like, innocent until proven guilty, and false accusations ruin lives. I read the whole thing sitting in Lucy's kitchen, my coffee getting cold in my hands. The comment section was full of people I knew agreeing with her, sharing the post, adding their own stories about how nice Liam had always been to them. I clicked unfriend and block on Stella's profile, then went through and blocked everyone who'd commented in support. Lucy found me crying at the kitchen table an hour later, and just held me while I sobbed about losing people I thought cared about me. She reminded me that anyone who believed his version without asking mine wasn't worth keeping, but it still hurt like losing family. 3 days later, I was in the grocery store trying to focus on a simple task like buying food. I turned down the cereal aisle and saw someone tall with dark hair wearing a jacket like Liam's. My chest tightened instantly and I couldn't breathe. The person turned slightly and I saw it wasn't him, just some random guy, but my body didn't care. I abandoned my cart right there in the middle of the aisle and stumbled toward the exit, my vision going spotty. I made it to my car and locked the doors, then called Aurora with shaking fingers. She answered on the second ring and talked me through breathing exercises, counting with me until my heart rate slowed. She explained that hypervigilance was completely normal after what I survived, that my brain was trying to protect me by scanning for threats constantly. She said it would get better with time and therapy, but right now I just needed to be patient with myself. I sat in that parking lot for 20 minutes before I felt steady enough to drive back to Lucy's, leaving my groceries behind. Mariana called me that evening with news. She said she'd been thinking about everything we discussed and she wanted to help, but she was too scared to testify in person. She asked if a written statement would be useful, something about his threats toward her that could show a pattern. I told her I'd check with Chase, and when I called him, he said even a brief written statement establishing Liam's history of similar behavior would strengthen our case. Mariana spent the next 2 days writing and revising her statement, making sure every detail was accurate and provable. She described his threats about ruining her reputation, the way he blamed her for things that weren't her fault, the fear she still carried years later. When she sent it to Chase, he called it powerful evidence that this wasn't an isolated incident or a misunderstanding. I thanked her through tears, knowing how much courage it took for her to put this on paper even without testifying face-to-face. The following Tuesday, I had a therapy appointment across town. I parked in the lot behind the building and sat in my car for a few minutes, gathering energy to go inside. That's when I noticed a vehicle 3 rows over with someone sitting in the driver's seat. I looked closer and my blood went cold. Liam was just sitting there watching me, his face blank and calm like this was totally normal. I grabbed my phone and got out, walking quickly toward the building entrance without looking back. Once inside, I found the receptionist and asked her to call the police, explaining there was someone with a restraining order against him in the parking lot. She got me into a back office while we waited. 2 officers arrived 15 minutes later and took my statement, but when they went outside to check, Liam's vehicle was gone. They took a report and said they'd document the violation, but without him actually approaching me, it was hard to prove intent. I gave them his license plate number from memory, and they said they'd follow up with Detective Hale. I rescheduled my therapy appointment and had Lucy come pick me up because I was too shaky to drive. That night, I knew I had to tell Chandler everything. The stress was affecting my work, and I couldn't keep hiding it. I'd been distracted in meetings, missing deadlines, calling in sick. I scheduled a private meeting with him the next morning and brought copies of the police reports and medical photos. I explained the whole situation, watching his face shift from confused to horrified as he understood what I'd been dealing with. He didn't hesitate. He approved immediate temporary remote work so I wouldn't have to commute and risk running into Liam. He connected me with the company's employee assistance program for additional counseling support. He also documented everything in my file in case Liam tried to contact my workplace or escalate his harassment there. Having my boss fully informed and supportive lifted a weight I didn't know I'd been carrying. At least one part of my life felt more secure. Lucy's landlord agreed to meet with me after I showed him the police reports and explained the situation. He was older, a grandfather type, and he seemed genuinely concerned about my safety. He approved changing the locks on Lucy's apartment immediately, and didn't charge us for it. He also let me install a small camera in the peephole that would record anyone approaching the door. These felt like tiny victories, small barriers between me and danger. That night I slept slightly better, knowing the locks were new and I'd get an alert if anyone came to the door. I still woke up at every sound, my body on high alert, but having these security measures helped me feel less completely vulnerable. Chase called 2 days before the hearing with unexpected news. Liam's lawyer had sent a settlement offer. They proposed a mutual stay-away order with no findings of fact, meaning neither of us would be declared at fault. It would just be an agreement to leave each other alone with no admission of wrongdoing from either side. Chase explained this carefully, making sure I understood what it meant. Part of me was so tempted to just take it and be done. No hearing, no facing Liam in court, no risk of losing. But Chase advised against it. He said letting Liam avoid accountability meant he could do this to someone else. He reminded me we had strong evidence and good witnesses, and that a judge finding him at fault mattered for future protection. I thought about Mariana and how scared she still was years later. I thought about whoever might be next if Liam learned there were no real consequences. I told Chase to reject the offer. Detective Hale arranged for a forensic specialist to image my phone the next morning. I met her at the police station and watched her connect my phone to equipment that copied everything. She explained she was preserving all evidence with proper chain of custody, so it would hold up in court. I had to unlock everything and give her access to my messages, photos, emails. Watching a stranger scroll through my private conversations and pictures felt invasive and embarrassing, but I understood it was necessary. She worked for over an hour, methodically copying and documenting every threatening message, every photo Liam had sent, every piece of evidence we'd been building. When she finished, she gave me a receipt listing everything she'd preserved and explained I'd get my phone back in a few days. I left the station feeling exposed, but also relieved that the evidence was now officially documented and protected. The night before the hearing, Aurora came over to Lucy's apartment with a folder full of notes. We sat at the kitchen table and went through everything one more time. What to wear, something professional but not too formal. How to stay calm, breathing exercises and grounding techniques. What to do if I saw Liam in the courthouse, where to look, how to avoid engaging. She reminded me to answer only what was asked, to pause before responding if I felt overwhelmed, to ask for breaks if I needed them. We practiced potential questions his lawyer might ask, the ways they might try to twist my words or make me look unstable. Lucy made dinner while we worked, and after Aurora left, I tried to sleep but couldn't. I lay in the dark, running through testimony in my head, imagining every possible scenario, preparing myself for the moment I'd have to face him again in that courtroom. The morning of the hearing, Lucy drove me to the courthouse because my hands were shaking too much to drive myself. We got there early, and I sat in the car for 10 minutes trying to calm down before going inside. The building was old brick with metal detectors at the entrance, and going through security felt like crossing into a different world, where everything moved slower and followed rules I didn't understand. Chase met me in the lobby and walked me through what would happen, but I barely heard him because I was scanning every face, looking for Liam. We took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and that's when I saw him. He was standing in the hallway outside the courtroom, talking to his lawyer like this was just another Tuesday. His suit was pressed, his hair was perfect, and he was smiling at something Dimitri said. The contrast between his calm face and my shaking hands made me understand how he'd fooled so many people for so long. He looked like a normal guy having a normal conversation, not someone who'd tried to throw me off a roof 3 weeks ago. Dimitri noticed me first and said something to Liam, who turned and looked directly at me. His expression didn't change at all. No anger, no guilt, nothing. Just a blank stare that lasted 3 seconds before he turned back to his lawyer. Chase touched my elbow and guided me to a bench on the opposite side of the hallway, positioning himself between me and Liam's line of sight. Aurora showed up a few minutes later with a folder of documents and sat on my other side. The bailiff called us into the courtroom at exactly 9 o'clock. The room was smaller than I expected, with wooden benches and fluorescent lights that made everything look washed out. The judge was already at the bench, a woman in her 50s with reading glasses on a chain. Chase led me to a table on the left side while Liam and Dimitri took the table on the right. I could feel him looking at me, but I kept my eyes forward. The judge asked if we were ready to proceed, and Chase stood up to present our case. He spoke clearly and calmly, explaining that this wasn't about revenge or money, just basic safety and protection from someone who had physically attacked me and threatened my life. He walked through the timeline starting from the bathroom photo and message, the stairwell assault that Seth witnessed, the rooftop attack, and the threatening messages that continued after. He kept it simple and factual, showing the judge medical photos of my injuries, the hospital report, and the police report Detective Hale had filed. Dimitri objected twice, but the judge overruled both times and told Chase to continue. When Chase finished his opening presentation, Dimitri stood up and immediately played the audio file from Liam's phone. My voice came through the courtroom speakers saying I planned everything to hurt him, that it was all my fault, that I made him do it. Hearing those words again in front of strangers made my stomach twist, but Chase had prepared me for this. The judge asked me to take the stand and explain the context of that recording. I walked to the witness box on shaking legs and put my hand on the Bible while the bailiff swore me in. Chase asked me to describe exactly where I was standing when those words were recorded. I explained I was bent backward over a 5-story ledge with Liam's hands on my shoulders, my feet barely touching the roof, looking down at the drop that would kill me if he let go. Chase asked what Liam had said before I spoke those words. I told the judge he said I had to admit what I did, or he'd push me over the edge. Chase asked if I believed he would actually push me. I said yes, because he'd already spent 10 minutes beating me and dragging me up there, and his hands were the only thing keeping me from falling. Dimitri cross-examined me, asking why I didn't scream for help or try to get away sooner. I explained I did scream in the stairwell, but Liam slammed my face into the railing and the music from the reception 5 floors down was too loud for anyone to hear. He asked why I hit Liam with a brick if I was really the victim. I said because he was choking me and I was about to pass out and the brick was the only thing within reach. The judge told Dimitri to move on. Chase entered the stairwell security footage into evidence next. The judge watched it on a screen at her bench and I could see her expression change as the video showed Liam grabbing my hair with both hands and yanking me toward the stairs while I tried to pull away. You could see my mouth open like I was yelling, see my hands trying to pry his fingers loose, see him slam me against the wall before dragging me higher. A few people in the courtroom gasped when he shoved my face into the railing. The timestamp showed the whole thing took 90 seconds from him grabbing me to us disappearing up the stairs. Dimitri argued the footage didn't show what happened before that moment, or what I might have said to provoke him. The judge said the footage showed a clear physical assault regardless of what preceded it, and she was admitting it as evidence. Chase then entered Seth's written statement into the record. Seth described finding me in the bathroom stall 20 minutes after the stairwell footage, hearing me crying and calling 911, seeing blood on my face and my dress torn, and my visible fear when venue staff tried to take me out of the locked bathroom. His statement was only 2 paragraphs, but it connected the timeline and showed the condition I was in immediately after. Next, Mariana appeared on a video screen set up near the judge's bench. She was calling from a room I didn't recognize, and she looked nervous even through the screen. Chase asked her to describe her relationship with Liam. She said they dated 2 years ago for about 4 months. Chase asked if Liam ever threatened her. She said yes. When she tried to break up with him, he told her he would ruin her reputation and make sure everyone knew she was unstable and manipulative. Chase asked if he ever became physical. She hesitated, then said he grabbed her arm hard enough to leave bruises once when she tried to leave his apartment. Chase asked if he ever said anything similar to what I reported. Mariana said he told her everything was her fault, that she made him act that way, and that no one would believe her if she told anyone. Hearing someone else describe the same pattern made me feel less crazy and less alone. Dimitri asked Mariana why she never filed a police report. She said because she was scared and she just wanted to get away from him. Dimitri suggested she was making this up to help me. Mariana said she wished she was making it up, but the bruise photos on her old phone proved otherwise. The judge thanked Mariana and ended her testimony. Then Dimitri called Liam to the stand. Liam walked up calmly and took the oath like he'd done this 100 times. Dimitri asked him to explain what happened at the wedding. Liam said I approached him aggressively in the stairwell, accused him of things he didn't do, and attacked him when he tried to walk away. He said I followed him to the roof and hit him with a brick unprovoked, and he only grabbed me to defend himself. Dimitri asked about the recording. Liam said I was confessing voluntarily because I felt guilty about attacking him. Chase stood up for cross-examination. He asked Liam if he'd RSVP'd to the wedding. Liam said no, he told the bride he couldn't attend because he'd be out of town. Chase asked why he was at the venue if he'd declined the invitation. Liam said he changed his mind at the last minute. Chase asked what time he arrived. Liam said around 8:30, after the ceremony. Chase pulled out the venue's roof access logs showing someone propped the door open at 6:15, 2 hours before Liam claimed to arrive. Chase asked if Liam had propped that door. Liam said no, he'd never been on the roof before that night. Chase asked how he knew where the roof access was if he'd never been there. Liam stammered and said he just followed the stairs. Chase asked why he followed me up multiple flights of stairs if I was the aggressor. Liam said he was trying to get away from me. The judge looked skeptical. Chase asked why the stairwell footage showed Liam grabbing my hair with both hands if he was trying to get away. Liam said the footage was taken out of context. Chase asked what context would make grabbing someone's hair and slamming their face into a railing acceptable. Dimitri objected. The judge sustained it but told the jury she'd seen the footage herself. After 2 hours of testimony and evidence presentation, the judge announced her decision. She said the evidence clearly showed a pattern of threatening behavior, physical violence, and continued contact, despite my requests to be left alone. She granted a 1-year restraining order with strict conditions. Liam had to stay 500 feet away from me at all times, couldn't contact me directly or through third parties, couldn't come near my workplace or Lucy's building, and had to surrender any firearms within 24 hours. The judge said violating any part of the order would result in immediate arrest and criminal charges. It wasn't a criminal conviction, but it was legal protection I didn't have before. The bailiff dismissed us and I stood up on wobbly legs. Lucy hugged me in the hallway while Chase gathered his papers. Liam walked past us toward the elevator, and as he passed, he muttered under his breath, just loud enough for me to hear. The bailiff was 3 feet away and heard it too. He immediately stepped in front of Liam and told him the restraining order was active as of right now, and any contact or threatening behavior would result in arrest. I pulled out my phone and typed the exact words into my notes app along with the time and location, my hands still shaking but steadier than they'd been all morning. The next day, Detective Hale called while I was at Lucy's apartment trying to process everything. She said the DA's office was reviewing all the evidence for potential criminal charges, including assault, attempted murder, and stalking. She warned me the timeline was uncertain, probably several weeks at minimum, and there was a chance they'd offer Liam a plea deal to avoid trial. But at least they were taking it seriously, treating it as a real crime instead of a personal dispute. She said the restraining order and the courthouse incident both strengthened the case because they showed a pattern of behavior and disregard for court orders. I thanked her and hung up, feeling exhausted but also something else I hadn't felt in weeks. Not safe exactly, but protected. Like there were finally barriers between me and him, even if those barriers were just pieces of paper and legal consequences. Sophia's text came through 2 days after the hearing while I was grocery shopping with Lucy. The message said she didn't know the full story and maybe she should have asked more questions, but she also thought I could have handled things differently instead of making a scene at her wedding. I stared at my phone in the cereal aisle and felt something shift inside me. I didn't owe her an explanation about surviving attempted murder. I didn't need to justify using a brick to defend myself to someone who wasn't there on that roof. I put my phone back in my pocket without responding and grabbed a box of granola, focusing on what I could control instead of people who refused to understand. Lucy saw my face and squeezed my shoulder, not asking what happened, just being there. That afternoon, I went to the phone store and changed my number, sitting in the plastic chair while the employee transferred everything over. I made a list of essential contacts to update: my parents, Lucy, Detective Hale, Chase, Aurora, my boss Chandler. Everyone else could find me through social media if they really needed to reach me. I changed my email address too, setting up a new account and forwarding only work-related messages from the old one. The relief hit me immediately, like someone had lifted a weight off my chest. I wasn't checking my phone every 5 minutes anymore, bracing for threats or accusations. The constant buzzing anxiety in my stomach started to ease. I could put my phone down and not think about it for hours. Lucy helped me start looking at apartments the next weekend, scrolling through listings for buildings with actual security features. We visited 6 places over 2 days, checking for cameras in the lobby, testing how secure the main entrance locks were, counting exits and fire escapes. The 3rd building we saw had a locked lobby with a buzzer system, cameras covering every entrance, and a security company that monitored the building overnight. The 1-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor had windows facing the street so I could see anyone approaching, and the door had a heavy deadbolt plus a chain lock. I signed the lease that afternoon, feeling something close to hope for the first time in weeks. Having my own space again, somewhere Liam had never been and couldn't find easily, made me feel like I was taking my life back piece by piece. In therapy that week, I finally started talking about the guilt I'd been carrying around like a backpack full of rocks. My therapist asked what I thought I'd done to deserve being thrown off a roof, and I couldn't come up with an answer that made sense. She helped me see that nothing I could have done would justify attempted murder, that even if I had actually humiliated him somehow, his response was criminal violence. The words made sense logically, but believing them emotionally took longer. We worked on it slowly over multiple sessions, breaking down each piece of self-blame until I could see how twisted the logic was. Aurora met me at the police station to help register the restraining order with the local precincts, making sure every officer in the area had Liam's photo and knew to call if he showed up near me. We went to my workplace next, meeting with building security to add him to their watch list and giving them copies of the court order. Aurora helped me create a network of people who knew the situation and could respond quickly if needed. Having this system in place made me feel less alone in staying safe, like I wasn't just relying on my own vigilance anymore. Other people were watching too, ready to help if something went wrong. I spent a Saturday afternoon organizing all my case documents into labeled folders, creating a system that made sense. Medical records in one folder, police reports in another, court documents in a third. I made copies of everything and stored them in different locations in case something happened to the originals. Then I sat down and wrote thank you notes to Seth for his statement, to Mariana for her testimony, to Lucy for letting me stay with her, to Aurora for guiding me through the legal system, to Chase for representing me in court. Taking time to acknowledge the people who helped me survive this felt important, like I was building something positive instead of just defending against threats. 6 weeks after the rooftop, Detective Hale called to say the DA had filed criminal charges against Liam for violating the restraining order. The charges were based on his threatening messages after the hearing and the comment he made in the courthouse hallway that the bailiff witnessed. It wasn't attempted murder charges yet, but it was actual criminal consequences for his actions instead of just a civil order. The DA was still building the assault case, gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses, but at least this showed they were taking it seriously. Each small step forward felt like progress, even when the bigger justice moved slowly. Mariana and I met for coffee at a quiet place outside both our neighborhoods, comparing safety strategies and swapping tips about staying alert without becoming paranoid. She told me about her life 3 years after leaving Liam, how she still checked her rearview mirror constantly and avoided certain parts of town, but she was also working a job she loved and dating someone kind who respected her boundaries. Seeing her functional and happy gave me hope that I could get there too, that this wouldn't define my entire life forever. We agreed to check in monthly, creating our own support system for people who understood what it meant to survive him. I moved into my new apartment the following week, Lucy helping me carry boxes up 4 flights of stairs because the elevator was broken. We installed extra locks and set up the security camera I'd bought, testing it from different angles until we were satisfied it covered the whole entrance. On a quiet Tuesday evening 2 weeks later, I was sitting on my couch eating leftover pasta and watching a cooking show when I realized something had changed. I'd slept through the whole night before without waking up at every small sound. I'd gone to the grocery store that afternoon without spending the entire time scanning faces for Liam. I was still alert and careful, still checking my locks twice before bed and keeping my phone charged and nearby. But I was also eating dinner and watching TV and making plans for the weekend. I was living my life instead of just surviving minute to minute, building something new instead of just defending what remained. Man, that was a journey from absolute terror to actually being able to eat dinner and watch TV again. Glad she made it through. Thanks for watching this intense one with me. Subscribe if you're into survival stories that don't sugarcoat how hard recovery is. I'll catch you in the next one. Take care out there.
Relax. I didn't even think we'd make it this long. You're just a phase, she said at our anniversary dinner. So I paid the bill and left. Now she's texting me every day, begging for a second chance. Hey viewers, before we move on to the video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you want to see more stories like this. Thanks. I've always been the dependable one. The guy people count on to show up, to do the work, to keep my word. It's not glamorous, and I've never pretended to be the most exciting man in the room, but I thought that was exactly what made me a good partner. When I started dating Melissa 3 years ago, I believe she saw that too. She used to say things like, "I've never felt this secure before," or "You're the only one I can really trust." I liked hearing it, because I wasn't rich, I wasn't flashy, but I worked hard and I always tried to make her feel cared for. When her car broke down during her last semester of college, I used my savings to help her fix it. When she failed a class and thought she'd have to delay graduation, I stayed up with her until 3 in the morning quizzing her with flashcards. When she couldn't make rent for a couple of months, I covered it without making her feel bad. That's who I was in the relationship, the safety net, the steady hand. But lately, things had changed. Over the past 6 months, Melissa had developed this restless energy. It started small. She'd make comments about how her friends' boyfriends surprised them with trips, or how some of them just had that spark. At first, I brushed it off as normal comparison. It's hard not to stack your life up against your friends when they're posting every perfect date on social media. Then the remarks turned sharper. When I suggested a movie night, she'd roll her eyes and say, "We always do the same thing." When I cooked dinner, she'd comment, "It's nice, just not very exciting." Once, when I mentioned wanting to save up for a house, she laughed and said, "God, you sound like a 40-year-old suburban dad already." It stung. I didn't fight back, though. I told myself she was just stressed with work, maybe overwhelmed by how serious things were getting. I believed people had phases, and you didn't just throw away 3 years because someone was a little moody. So when our anniversary was coming up, I wanted to do something thoughtful. Something to remind her that I cared and that our relationship was worth celebrating. I booked a reservation at a nice restaurant downtown. Not the fanciest in the city, but nicer than our usual places. I even ironed my shirt and bought a bottle of her favorite wine to leave at her apartment for when we got back. The night of the dinner, I showed up at her door with flowers. She opened it dressed well enough, but her face didn't light up. "Roses?" she asked flatly. "Yeah," I said, smiling anyway. "Happy anniversary." She took them, mumbled thanks, and set them on the counter without much of a glance. On the drive over, she spent most of the time scrolling her phone, laughing at something her friend had posted. I tried to start a conversation about work, but she answered in one-word replies. I told myself she'd warm up once we got to the restaurant. The hostess led us to a small table by the window, candles flickering between us. It should have felt romantic, but Melissa sighed like she was bored already. "This place is fine," she said, looking around. I forced a smile. "I thought you'd like it. It's got great reviews." "Sure," she muttered, reaching for the menu. I didn't know it then, but what she was about to say over that meal would stick with me forever, burned into my memory like a scar. The server came over, cheerful and polite, and took our drink orders. Melissa asked for a cocktail she'd seen trending on TikTok. I just asked for water. When the server walked away, I leaned forward, trying to break through her distracted expression. "So 3 years, huh? Hard to believe it's been that long already." Melissa barely looked up from her phone. "Yeah, time flies." I chuckled lightly. "Remember our first date? That little diner with the sticky booths. She smirked. Honestly, I only went because my roommate canceled on me. I didn't think you'd actually turn into a long-term thing. It was meant as a joke, I hoped, but it landed like a stone in my stomach. I forced another smile and looked down at my menu. When our drinks came, I raised my glass. To 3 years together. Melissa clinked hers lazily against mine and took a sip. She barely met my eyes. I tried again. So, where do you see us in another 3 years? That was the wrong question. She let out a sharp laugh, one that carried to the nearby tables. A couple at the next booth turned their heads. Oh my God, she said, shaking her head. Relax. I didn't even think we'd make it this long. You're just a phase. I mean, come on. Did you really think I was going to marry you? The words echoed in my head like a gunshot. For a second, I thought I'd misheard her. What? I asked quietly. Melissa set down her glass and leaned back, her voice dripping with condescension. Don't look so shocked. You're sweet, but you're not it. You're safe, reliable, predictable. That's great for a while, but it's not forever. You're just a stepping stone until I figure out what I really want. I felt my face heat, aware of the silence around us. The couple who had turned their heads earlier weren't even pretending not to listen now. I swallowed hard. You're saying this tonight? Better now than later, she said, with a shrug. I mean, it's not like you thought we were some epic love story, right? You've got to know this is temporary. The server returned with our appetizers, blissfully unaware of the tension. He set the plates down, smiled, and left. Melissa speared a bite of food and popped it into her mouth like nothing had happened. This isn't bad, she said casually. I stared at her, trying to process the fact that the woman I'd spent 3 years of my life with had just reduced me to a placeholder. On our anniversary, in public. I wanted to argue. I wanted to demand how she could say that after everything I'd done for her. I wanted to remind her of the nights I stayed up quizzing her, the money I'd spent helping her out of trouble, the loyalty I'd given without question. But instead, I sat back, breathed slowly, and said nothing. The rest of the meal passed in silence on my end, punctuated by her occasional remarks about the food or some story from her friend group. To anyone watching, it probably looked like I'd gone numb, and in a way, I had. When the check came, I didn't hesitate. I slipped my card into the folder, paid, and thanked the server politely. Melissa didn't even glance at the bill. Outside, the cool night air hit me, but it didn't bring relief. I drove her home in silence. She scrolled on her phone again, humming under her breath like she hadn't just gutted me. When we pulled up to her place, she finally looked at me. You're awfully quiet, she said. I gripped the steering wheel. Yeah. She rolled her eyes. Don't be dramatic. I was just being honest. I didn't respond. I just waited until she got out, then drove away. My hands were shaking on the wheel, but my face was calm. That calm, I realized, was the only thing I had left. I didn't sleep much that night. Her words replayed in my head over and over. You're just a stepping stone. A phase. Did you really think I was going to marry you? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her smirk, her casual cruelty. The next morning, I made a decision. I wasn't going to let her twist this into some vague misunderstanding or another one of her half-baked jokes. I needed clarity, and I needed it face to face. So I drove to her apartment. Melissa opened the door in sweatpants, coffee mug in hand, scrolling her phone as usual. Wow, you're up early, she said, stepping aside to let me in. I figured you'd still be sulking. I'm not sulking, I said flatly. She shrugged and flopped onto the couch. Okay, Broody. What's up? I sat down across from her. Last night. What you said. I need you to be completely honest with me. Do you actually see this relationship going anywhere? She took a sip of coffee and smirked. You're really hung up on that, huh? Melissa, just answer. Her tone turned airy, almost rehearsed. Look, you're nice. You've been good to me. But you're not exactly thrilling. You don't push me. You don't challenge me. It's like, being with you is easy. Too easy. And honestly, I think I need someone who excites me more. I clench my jaw. Excitement fades. Stability lasts. You don't think that matters? Not to me, she said bluntly. I'm 24, not 40. I don't want to settle down with the safe option. I want passion, adventure, fun. I leaned forward. So what was I then? A placeholder until you find someone who checks your boxes? She laughed. Exactly. Finally, you get it. Something inside me snapped at the casual way she said it. Like my 3 years of effort, love, and loyalty were nothing more than background noise in her life. I stared at her for a long moment. Do you even realize how cruel that sounds? Melissa rolled her eyes. Oh, don't make it a big moral thing. It's just reality. You're a good guy, but good guys finish last. You should know that. Good guys finish last, I repeated slowly. So what? You wanted me to bankroll your life, keep you comfortable, while you held out for someone more exciting? She didn't even flinch. Pretty much. I sat back, stunned. She was actually saying it outright. You know what the worst part is? I said quietly. I believed in us. I thought this was going somewhere. I thought we had something worth building. Melissa tilted her head like I was a child who didn't understand the rules of the game. That's your mistake, not mine. I never promised you forever. No, I said. But you let me think it. For the first time, she looked slightly uncomfortable, but she masked it quickly with a smirk. Don't be bitter. I mean, you'll find someone who loves how safe you are. Probably a nice teacher or nurse or whatever. That's your lane. Not me. I stood up. You're right. She raised an eyebrow. I am. Yeah. You're not my forever. You're not even my right now anymore. Her smirk faltered. What do you mean? I mean we're done. I'm not going to sit around being your backup plan until someone better comes along. She set her coffee down a little too hard. Oh, come on. Don't be dramatic. I was just being real with you. No, you were being selfish. And I was stupid enough to put up with it. Not anymore. Her tone shifted, sharper now. So you're just going to throw away 3 years? Over one conversation. I met her eyes, calm and steady. No, Melissa. You threw it away. I'm just finally accepting it. She opened her mouth like she had more to say, but I didn't give her the chance. I walked out. For the first time in 3 years, I felt lighter. The first day after I left Melissa's apartment, I half expected a flood of texts. Instead, I got one. Melissa, LOL, so you're really doing this? Over me being honest? Wild. Your loss. I didn't reply. The next morning, another one popped up. Melissa, hey, just so you know, I'm totally fine. I've already got plans tonight with some friends. Don't stress about me winking faced. Fake confidence. Classic. She wanted me to believe she was moving on effortlessly, that I was the clingy one for taking her at her word. I muted her number and tried to focus on work, but she didn't let up. A few days later, Melissa. So, funny story. Remember that guy I mentioned once, Jason? We've been hanging out. He actually gets me. He's not afraid of life like you. That one stung, but I let it sit there unread. I knew what she was doing, dangling the idea of a replacement, trying to provoke jealousy. When I didn't bite, the tone shifted again. Melissa, can we talk? Seriously, I think I came off harsher than I meant. I didn't mean to make it sound like you were nothing. You know I care about you. Still, I stayed silent. 2 days later, I came home to find a handwritten note slipped under my door. I miss you. I miss us. Don't let one stupid fight ruin everything. You're the only guy who ever really treated me right. Please call me. I sat there staring at it, and for a split second, I almost felt bad. Almost. But then I remembered her voice in that kitchen, laughing while she told me I was just a stepping stone. The mask was cracking now. That night, I got a barrage of messages. Melissa, why are you ignoring me? Melissa, after everything I did for you, you can't even talk to me. Melissa, wow. You're pathetic. I should have expected this from someone who can't handle a real woman. It was like watching her cycle through every stage of desperation in real time. Smug, needy, pleading, angry. I stayed silent. The final straw came a week later when she showed up outside my work. I was walking out to my car when I heard her voice. Ethan. I turned. She was standing there in sunglasses, arms crossed like she was starring in her own soap opera. We need to talk, she said. No, we don't. She stepped closer. So that's it. 3 years, and you're just done. Melissa, I said calmly. You were done long before I walked out. Her jaw clenched. I didn't mean it the way it came out, okay? You're twisting my words. You know I love you. I shook my head. No, you loved having me around. There's a difference. She frowned, her voice sharpening. You think you're too good for me now? You'll come crawling back. Guys like you always do. I unlocked my car and got in. Goodbye, Melissa. I drove away, watching her shrink in the rearview mirror, her face twisted in a mix of anger and disbelief. That was the moment I realized she wasn't in control anymore. Silence followed after that parking lot scene. For the first time in weeks, my phone was blissfully still. But Melissa couldn't stay quiet forever. 2 weeks later, mutual friends started dropping hints. My buddy Lucas casually mentioned over beers, "Hey, did you hear Melissa's thing with Jason already blew up?" I kept my face neutral. "Oh, yeah, apparently he's seeing like 3 other girls at the same time. She caught him messaging one of them while they were out together." Total meltdown. I nodded, sipping my drink. "Not my problem." Lucas grinned. "Damn, you're ice cold." Maybe. But I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of knowing I cared. After that, the cracks spread quickly. I heard from another friend that Melissa had been venting online, posting cryptic quotes about betrayal and fake men. A week later, she showed up at a mutual friend's party alone, trying way too hard to look carefree. People noticed. People talked. Her image, carefree, in control, untouchable, was unraveling. And right on cue, the messages started again. "Melissa, I made a mistake. You're the only one who ever truly cared about me. Melissa, Jason was trash compared to you. He never treated me like you did. Melissa, can we please talk? Just dinner, no pressure. I just want to see you." I didn't respond. A few days later, another note appeared under my door. This one wasn't confident or polished. It was messy, written in rushed handwriting. "I don't know what I was thinking. You're the only real man I've ever been with. Everyone else just uses me. Please don't shut me out. I'll do better. I'll be better." I tossed it in the trash without a second thought. But Melissa wasn't done. The following weekend, she ambushed me again, this time outside a cafe where she knew I grabbed coffee every Saturday morning. She looked thinner, worn out, eyes a little too red like she hadn't been sleeping. "Ethan," she said, stepping into my path. "Please, just listen to me." I sighed. "Melissa, no, let me say this." Her voice cracked slightly. "I know I messed up. I know I said things I shouldn't have. I was stupid, okay? I thought I wanted excitement, but all I got was chaos. I thought I was trading up, but I traded down. You were the best thing I ever had, and I threw it away." I stood there quiet. She grabbed my wrist, desperate now. "Just give me another chance. Please. I'll prove it to you. We can start over." Her eyes were wet, and for the first time, there wasn't even a hint of that smug smile. Just desperation. And in that moment, I felt it, clarity. I didn't hate her. I didn't even feel angry anymore. I just didn't care. I gently pulled my wrist free. "Melissa, this isn't my burden anymore." Her face fell, but I walked past her into the cafe. That was the last time I saw her up close. A month passed without a word from Melissa. I thought maybe she'd finally accepted it. Then came Sam's birthday party. Sam was one of those everybody shows up kind of friends, so I knew Melissa might be there. I debated skipping, but ultimately, I wanted to prove, to myself more than anyone, that I could walk into a room with her and not flinch. When I arrived, people greeted me warmly. I'd been keeping my distance socially since the breakup, but now I felt lighter, more present. And apparently, people noticed. About an hour in, I saw her. Melissa was in the corner nursing a drink, trying to act casual, but her smile never quite reached her eyes. She looked drained, smaller somehow. The queen bee had lost her sting. She spotted me and froze. Then, as if rehearsed, she straightened her shoulders and walked over. "Ethan," she said, voice soft, almost rehearsed. "Can we talk?" I kept my tone polite, detached. "What is there to talk about?" Her eyes darted around. She didn't want an audience. "Not here. Just step outside with me for a minute." I shook my head. "If you've got something to say, say it." Her mask cracked, just a little. "Okay, fine." She took a breath. "I was wrong. About everything. About you. About us. I thought I wanted someone exciting, someone different. But all I got was guys who didn't care, who treated me like trash. You were the only one who ever showed up for me. You're the one who actually mattered." The words hung in the air. A few people nearby pretended not to listen, but I could feel the attention. Melissa's eyes glistened. "Please. I just want another chance. We can start fresh. I swear I won't take you for granted this time." I studied her for a moment. Not with anger, not with longing, just clarity. "No, Melissa," I said evenly. Her face tightened. "Why not? After everything we had. Because what we had died the moment you told me I was just a phase. A stepping stone. Remember?" Her lips parted like she might deny it, But she knew I was right. I continued, calm and steady. I gave you everything I had. Time, loyalty, love. And you laughed in my face for it. You wanted excitement, adventure, chaos? You found it. But that's not my world. Not anymore. Tears welled in her eyes. So that's it. You're just done. I gave a small, polite smile. I've been done. I just didn't realize how much until now. For the final time, I turned away. The conversation was over. I spent the rest of the night laughing with friends, actually enjoying myself. Melissa lingered on the edge of the crowd, but nobody rushed to her side anymore. She wasn't the center of attention. She was just there, background noise. And for the first time since that disastrous anniversary, I felt free. Melissa wasn't my burden anymore. She wasn't even my memory. She was just someone I used to know. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. What do you think about this story? Share it in the comments.
My fiancée secretly paid for her dream wedding using my deceased mom's jewelry, so I turned her big day into a wake-up call she'll never forget. Original post, I, 32 male, discovered something 3 weeks ago that made me question everything about the woman I was supposed to marry in 2 months. Still processing it, Tabaha. My mom passed away 4 years ago after a long battle with cancer. She left me her jewelry collection. Nothing crazy valuable, but pieces she'd collected over 40 years. Some vintage stuff from her mom, anniversary gifts from dad, pieces marking big life moments. Total value maybe 15 to 20K, but the sentimental value, priceless. I kept everything in a safety deposit box at the bank. Only visited it maybe twice a year, usually on her birthday and the anniversary of her passing. Just to hold the pieces, remember her. 3 weeks ago, got a call from my cousin Marlene. She owns an estate jewelry shop downtown. Marlene: Hey Jerome, weird question. Did you sell your mom's emerald set? What? No. Why? A woman just came in trying to sell more pieces. I recognized your mom's butterfly brooch from that photo you showed me. The emerald set too. Said her grandmother left them to her. My blood went cold. Only 2 people knew where I kept the key to that deposit box, me and Valentina, 29F, my fiancée of 3 years. Me: Did you buy them? Hell no. Told her I needed to verify provenance first. She got spooked and left. But Jerome, she's been here before. I checked our records. Same woman sold us a pearl necklace set 2 months ago. I didn't connect it then. Me: Send me the security footage. It was Valentina, clear as day. Wearing the baseball cap she thinks makes her unrecognizable. It doesn't. Went straight to the bank. The teller pulled the access records. Valentina had been visiting the box regularly for the past 4 months. Almost weekly. Opened the box with shaking hands. More than half was gone. Mom's wedding set. The anniversary bracelet Dad gave her for their 25th. The Art Deco pieces from my grandmother. The butterfly brooch Marlene mentioned. Gone. But here's the kicker. Valentina had carefully left the less valuable pieces. The costume jewelry. The sterling silver. Made it look like nothing was missing unless you really paid attention. Drove home in a daze. Valentina was at her final wedding dress fitting. Gave me time to think, to process, to investigate. Logged into our shared wedding planning folder. Yeah, I know, modern groom and all that. Started really looking at the receipts, the vendors, the amounts. Our wedding budget was $25. I was paying $15. Her parents promised $10K. Reasonable, right? Except the actual costs, almost $45. Designer dress, $8K. Luxury venue upgrade, $12K extra. Premium flowers, $5 over budget. High-end photographer, $7K instead of the $3K we'd discussed. Every single upgrade, every small addition, every we only get married once expense, paid in cash. Deposits made on days Valentina visited the safety deposit box. She'd been funding her dream wedding with my dead mother's jewelry. Update 1, confronted Valentina when she got home from the fitting. Had all the evidence laid out on the dining table. Bank records, security footage, wedding receipts. She walked in glowing, chattering about the dress. Valentina: Babe, the alterations are perfect. I can't wait for you to see. Saw the papers, stopped mid-sentence. Anything you want to tell me? What's all this? You know what it is. She tried denial first. I don't understand. Why are you going through wedding stuff without me? Me: Cut the act. I have you on camera at Marlene's shop. Bank records showing you accessing mom's jewelry. Receipts showing cash payments matching the days you visited. Her face cycled through emotions, confusion, fear, then incredibly indignation. Valentina, you spied on me? You stole from me, from my dead mother. It's not stealing, we're getting married, what's yours is mine. We're not married yet, and that was my mother's legacy. Then came the justifications. That jewelry was just sitting there, doing nothing. Your mom would want me to be happy. Me happy? You think she'd want her jewelry sold for flower upgrades? It's not just flowers, it's our wedding, our special day. Funded by theft. She switched tactics, tears. I didn't think you'd understand. You always say no to the nice things. I wanted one perfect day, just one. So you stole from my mother's memory. Stop being so dramatic. They're just things. She's gone, Jerome. She doesn't need them. That's when I knew we were done. Not just the anger about the theft, but the casual dismissal of what those pieces meant. Me, pack your things. You're leaving tonight. You can't kick me out. I live here. You're not on the lease. You're a guest, a thieving guest. She tried more tears, then anger, then bargaining. What about the wedding? Everything's paid for. Guests are coming. Guess you should have thought about that before robbing the dead. Gave her 2 hours to pack. She spent most of it on the phone with her mom, wailing about how unreasonable I was being. But here's where it gets interesting. After she left, I started making calls. Not to cancel the wedding, not yet, but to understand exactly what was happening with all that stolen money. Called the venue first. Lovely woman named Patricia. Me, hi. This is Jerome Ashford. I need to discuss some payments for the Ashford Reeves wedding. Oh, Mr. Ashford, yes, Miss Reeves has been so thorough. All the upgrades are paid in full. Upgrades? The premium package? Garden ceremony, champagne tower, extended reception, fireworks display? Fireworks. She bought fireworks with Mom's jewelry. And this was all paid in cash? Yes, Miss Reeves insisted. Said it was easier for budgeting. Made similar calls to other vendors. Each revealed more upgrades I knew nothing about. Valentina had created 2 weddings, the one we planned together and the extravagant one she bought with blood money. Update 2. The entitlement explosion was nuclear. First, her parents called. Glenn and Dottie, usually reasonable people, not anymore. Glenn, Jerome, what's this nonsense about canceling the wedding? Me, I haven't canceled it yet, but Valentina stole. Dottie, she borrowed some old jewelry. You're being ridiculous. Borrowed implies permission, and returning items, she sold them. For your wedding, she did it for both of you. She did it for Instagram. They hung up on me. Then came the flying monkeys. Her sister Natasha showed up at my apartment. You need to fix this. Val's a mess. Val's a thief. She was trying to give you both a dream wedding. You're too cheap to appreciate it. With my money from my dead mother. God, get over it. Your mom's been gone for years. Val's here now. She should matter more. Me, get out. But Valentina wasn't done. She hired a lawyer, sent a demand letter requiring me to honor the wedding contract since both parties benefited, pay her $10 for emotional distress, give her the engagement ring as a completed gift, provide half the wedding gifts we'd already received. The audacity was breathtaking. She steals from me, then demands I pay her? That's when I decided on my response. First, filed a police report. Theft over 10 collars, a felony in our state. Detective seemed very interested when I showed the evidence. Second, called my lawyer. Drafted a letter to wedding vendors explaining the situation. The money used was stolen property. Any contracts signed were fraudulent. Third, started my own investigation. Pulled 3 years of bank statements. Valentina had access to my apartment, knew where I kept things. What else was missing? Found it. Small withdrawals from my emergency fund. $200 here, $300 there. Always just under the amount I'd notice. Another $4 gone over 2 years. She'd been playing the long game. But the real revenge started with the wedding itself. See, I hadn't canceled it. The date was still set. Vendors still expecting the event. So I made some changes. Called Patricia at the venue. Me, I need to modify the Ashford Reeves wedding. Of course. What changes? Me, it's now the Eleanor Ashford Memorial Celebration. We'll be honoring my late mother. Oh, that's unusual. All the decorations, flowers, everything stays the same. But instead of a wedding, it's a remembrance ceremony. Can you handle that? I suppose the contracts don't specify the type of event. Perfect. Valentina wanted to use my mother's jewelry for a party? Let's make it a party for my mother. Contacted all the vendors. The florist would create arrangements featuring Mom's favorite flowers. The caterer would serve her signature recipes, still had them written in her handwriting. The DJ would play music from her era. Then sent an email to all 150 guests. Dear friends and family, due to circumstances involving the theft and sale of Eleanor Ashford's jewelry collection to fund wedding expenses without permission, the Ashford Reeves wedding is cancelled. In its place, you're invited to a celebration of Eleanor's life, funded by the items taken from her estate. Please join us in honoring her memory. Black attire requested. The responses were immediate. My side of the family was shocked but supportive. Valentina's side lost their minds. Text from Valentina. What did you do? Are you insane? Me. You wanted a party paid for by my mom. Now you've got one. Final update. The memorial was yesterday. It was perfect. About 100 people came. My family, Mom's friends, some of Valentina's family who were too curious to stay away. The venue was beautiful. All those premium upgrades Valentina bought created a stunning tribute to Mom. The fireworks she ordered spelled out Eleanor in the sky. Not planned, just beautiful karma. But let me back up to what happened before. Valentina went full extinction burst. First, she tried to get vendors to refuse the change. But legally, I was the primary contact on most contracts. She'd forged my signature on upgrades, but the main contracts were mine. Vendors didn't want legal trouble. Then she tried to crash the planning. Showed up at the florist while I was there. Valentina, those are my flowers. My wedding. Ma'am, the contract holder has requested changes. I paid for them. With stolen money. Want me to call the detective handling the case? She left screaming about suing everyone. Her parents tried emotional manipulation. Dottie called crying about ruining Valentina's future and destroying her reputation. Glenn threatened legal action for defamation. My lawyer shut that down quick. Truth is an absolute defense against defamation, and I had truth in spades. The criminal case moved forward. DA offered Valentina a plea deal, full restitution plus probation. She refused, convinced she'd win at trial. Her lawyer must hate her. But the memorial itself was beautiful. My aunt gave a speech about Mom's strength during her illness. Marlene displayed photos of Mom wearing the stolen jewelry at family events. The premium photographer Valentina hired captured it all. The best part? Valentina's cousin Bethany attended, pulled me aside during cocktails. Bethany. You should know, this isn't Val's first time. She did something similar with her ex's grandmother's coin collection. His family never pressed charges. A pattern. She targets sentimental items from deceased relatives, sells them for cash, claims innocence. I recorded Bethany's statement for my lawyer. Today, got word that 3 of Mom's pieces were recovered from local pawn shops. The butterfly brooch was sold to a collector in the next state. Might get that back too. The rest is probably gone forever. Valentina's trial is in 2 months. Her lawyer reached out about a new plea deal. She's scared now. Good. I'm out about 30 cals between stolen jewelry and wedding deposits. But I gained something valuable. Clarity. The woman I loved never existed. In her place was an entitled vulture who saw my mother's death as a financial opportunity. The apartment's quiet now. Peaceful. Started therapy to process everything. Keeping Mom's remaining jewelry in a bank box only I can access. Valentina's last text before I blocked her. You ruined my life over some old jewelry. No, Val. You ruined your life the moment you decided my grief was worth less than your Instagram wedding. Mom always said people show you who they are and how they treat those who can't fight back. Valentina showed me exactly who she was when she robbed a dead woman to buy fireworks. The memorial guests donated almost $5 to Mom's favorite cancer charity instead of giving wedding gifts. That felt right. Mom would have loved that. Sometimes justice isn't about revenge, it's about truth. Valentina wanted a dream wedding funded by theft. She got a memorial funded by her crimes instead. And 150 people now know exactly what kind of person she is. That's worth more than any jewelry.
Welcome to Love Lies Chronicles.
Imagine this. You're standing in your own kitchen, serving drinks to your wife's friends, listening to them laugh about how useless their husbands are with money. Normal Tuesday night in suburbia, right? Well, let me tell you what happened when my wife decided to contribute to that conversation in a way that changed everything. Oh, please, Sarah said, rolling her eyes as she accepted the wine I'd just poured. David's nothing without me. He's basically a child. I have to manage everything: bills, insurance, social calendar, even what he wears to work. If I weren't here, he'd probably forget to eat and live in his pajamas forever. Her friends laughed knowingly. Lisa nodded. Men are just overgrown teenagers sometimes. Honestly, Sarah continued, warming to her theme. Sometimes I feel like I'm raising a 32-year-old. He'd be completely lost without someone to take care of him. He brings home his little paycheck, and I have to handle all the actual adult responsibilities. I stood there holding the wine bottle, watching my wife of 3 years explain to her audience how incompetent I was. Her sister Emma looked uncomfortable, but the others were eating it up. Instead of defending myself or showing the hurt I felt, I simply smiled and nodded. She's absolutely right. I really am hopeless at adulting. Lucky she keeps me functional. Sarah beamed at me like I was a well-trained pet who'd just performed a trick. See, at least he knows it. That night, lying in bed listening to Sarah breathe beside me, I replayed that conversation. This wasn't the first time she'd said something like this. I started mentally cataloging all the ways she'd positioned herself as my caretaker to friends, family, even my own colleagues. The thing is, I believed her. For 3 years, I genuinely thought I was incompetent at real-life stuff. Sarah handled our finances, managed our social calendar, made all our major decisions. She'd convinced me I was lucky to have someone willing to manage me. But lying there in the dark, one detail kept nagging at me. She'd called my salary a little paycheck. I'm a senior software engineer at a fintech company. My little paycheck was $185,000 a year. Sarah worked in marketing for a local firm, making about $45,000. The next morning, I did something I hadn't done in 3 years. I logged into our bank accounts. What I found made my stomach drop. My direct deposit went into our joint checking account, which Sarah managed completely. From there, she transferred money to savings, paid bills, and managed our budget. But as I dug deeper, I realized something disturbing. Our savings account had $3,200 in it. For a household bringing in over $200,000 a year, that was pathetic. Where was my money going? I started tracking expenses. Sarah's weekly salon appointments, $200. Her monthly shopping trips, $800 to $1,200. The designer handbags she needed for work, $400 to $800 each. Her lease on a BMW that cost more per month than most people's rent, $750. Meanwhile, when I'd mentioned wanting to upgrade my 5-year-old laptop, she'd said we couldn't afford unnecessary expenses right now. I spent the next week quietly observing our dynamic with new eyes. Sarah really did manage everything by controlling access to the money I earned. She paid bills by deciding how much of my income to allocate. She managed our social life by using my money to fund activities she wanted to do. She even managed what I wore by buying my clothes with my own paycheck, while complaining about the expense. The more I watched, the more I realized something crucial. Sarah hadn't rescued me from my own incompetence. She'd created a system where she controlled everything and then convinced me I was lucky to have her manage my life. At work, I handled million-dollar software implementations. I managed complex international projects. I debugged systems that processed thousands of transactions per second. But somehow, according to my wife, I couldn't be trusted to pay our electric bill. I started paying attention to the little comments she made throughout each day. Don't forget to take your vitamins, David. You never remember without me. I picked up your dry cleaning because you always forget. Good thing I handle our insurance. You'd probably let it lapse. Each comment reinforced the narrative that I was fundamentally incapable of managing my own life. But now I was seeing the pattern differently. I didn't forget to take vitamins. I'd never established a routine because she always reminded me. I didn't forget dry cleaning. I'd never been given the chance to develop my own system because she always handled it first. She'd created learned helplessness and then used it as evidence of my incompetence. 2 weeks after that dinner party, Sarah hosted another gathering. This time, the conversation turned to a mutual friend whose husband had just gotten a promotion. Good for Jessica, Sarah said. Though honestly, I don't know why companies promote men like that. They're so dependent on their wives for everything. Tom probably doesn't even know what he makes per hour. Her friend Rachel laughed. At least Tom brings home decent money. Some husbands are just dead weight financially too. Sarah glanced at me meaningfully. Oh, I handle all our finances. David's not really business-minded. He just focuses on his little coding projects while I handle the real world. I was refilling water glasses, but I caught every word. My little coding projects had funded every designer item she was wearing, the BMW in our driveway, and the expensive wine she was serving to demonstrate our success. It must be exhausting, Lisa chimed in. Basically being a single parent to a grown man. It is, Sarah sighed dramatically. But someone has to be the adult in the relationship. David's sweet, but he has no idea how much work it takes to maintain our lifestyle. This time, instead of agreeing with her assessment, I just smiled and kept serving drinks. But something had shifted inside me. I was starting to see the difference between being incompetent and being controlled. The next day, I decided to test something. I offered to handle grocery shopping for the week. Sarah's response was immediate and telling. Oh no, honey, you don't know what brands I like or how to plan meals. You'd probably come back with random stuff that doesn't go together. I'll handle it like always. But I persisted. What if I took a list you made? You'd still mess it up somehow. Besides, I have relationships with the vendors at the farmer's market. They give me better prices because they know me. I watched her leave for the grocery store an hour later, spending 3 hours and $200 on ingredients for meals I could have planned just as well. When she returned, she made sure to tell me exactly how much time and effort it had taken, reinforcing how much I needed her management. That weekend, I started researching, not just our finances, but my options. I discovered that my company had international consulting opportunities I'd never explored. There was a 6-month project in Singapore that paid a 40% premium and covered all living expenses. I also researched something else, my legal rights. Turns out, when you're the primary income earner, you have more financial autonomy than I'd realized. Sarah had convinced me that marriage meant she controlled our money, but legally, I could redirect my own paycheck wherever I wanted. On Monday, I applied for the Singapore project. On Tuesday, I opened a new bank account that Sarah didn't know about. On Wednesday, I got approved for Singapore. On Thursday, I started planning. The plan was simple. If Sarah truly believed I contributed nothing and was just a child who needed managing, then she should be thrilled to prove she could handle everything without me. And if I was really as useless as she kept telling people, then my absence shouldn't affect her life at all. Over the next 2 weeks, Sarah's public commentary about my incompetence actually got worse. At a work happy hour that spouses were invited to, she told my colleagues, David's brilliant with computers, but hopeless with everything else. I swear, if I didn't manage his life, he'd probably get lost walking to the mailbox. My project manager, Janet, looked surprised. Really? David handles our most complex international implementations. He manages multi-million-dollar client relationships across 6 time zones. Sarah waved dismissively. That's different. That's just following instructions. Real life requires actual judgment and maturity. I smiled and nodded. She keeps me functional. I'd be lost without her. But Janet looked skeptical. Later, she pulled me aside. David, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but what your wife said doesn't match the professional I work with every day. You've got excellent judgment, and you handle pressure better than most people half your age. It was the first time in 3 years that someone had directly contradicted Sarah's narrative about my capabilities. It felt like a crack in the foundation of everything I'd accepted about myself. That weekend, Sarah planned a dinner party with 2 other couples. As usual, I was relegated to server duty while she held court about her various responsibilities and challenges. Marriage is so much work when you're the only functional adult, she confided to our guests. I love David, but honestly, sometimes I feel more like a mother than a wife. Our friend Mark looked at me sympathetically. That must be tough, buddy. I just shrugged. I'm lucky she's willing to put up with me. But Mark's wife, Jennifer, seemed less convinced. What do you mean exactly? David seems pretty capable to me. Sarah laughed. Oh, he can code and fix computers all day, but ask him to plan a vacation or manage our household budget. Forget it. He'd book us into some Fleabag motel and blow our entire savings on the first thing that caught his eye. Actually, I said quietly, I've never tried to plan a vacation or manage our budget. You've always said you prefer to handle those things. The room went slightly quiet. Sarah's smile tightened. Because you've never shown any interest in learning. Have I ever been given the chance to learn? Sarah's laugh was forced now. Don't be silly, David. Of course you have. But I could see Jennifer and Mark exchanging glances. The conversation moved on, but something had shifted. For the first time, I'd publicly questioned Sarah's narrative instead of supporting it. That night, Sarah was furious. What was that about tonight? You made me look like some kind of control freak. I just asked if I'd been given chances to learn things you say I'm bad at. You don't want to learn those things. You've never shown any interest. How would you know? You've never asked if I was interested. You just assume I'm not capable and handle everything yourself. She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. I handle things because I'm good at them and you're not. That's how marriage works. People do what they're best at. What am I best at, Sarah? Writing code. Making money. Technical stuff. So I'm good at making the money that funds our lifestyle, but not capable of having any say in how that money is spent. She was getting agitated now. Why are you being so weird about this? You've never complained before. Maybe I'm just starting to notice things I accepted before. That night, she tried to reset our dynamic with physical intimacy, but even there, I noticed the pattern. She directed everything, decided when we were done, never asked what I wanted or enjoyed. Even in bed, I was being managed rather than partnered with. The next morning, I finalized my preparations. I booked my flight to Singapore, arranged temporary housing, and set up automatic transfers. Starting the day I left, my direct deposit would go to my new account. The joint account would receive exactly $800 per month, enough for groceries and gas, nothing more. I also prepared something else, a detailed financial breakdown showing exactly where our money had been going for the past 3 years. The numbers were stark. Of my $185,000 annual salary, Sarah had spent approximately $140,000 on herself and the lifestyle she wanted to maintain. Her own $45,000 salary barely covered the remaining household expenses. She'd been living a $200,000 lifestyle while contributing $45,000 and calling me incompetent. The morning of my departure, Sarah woke to find me loading a suitcase into an Uber. "Where are you going?" she asked, still in her pajamas. "We didn't plan any trips." "Singapore," I replied calmly. 6-month consulting contract. Flight leaves in 2 hours. "What?" Her voice pitched higher. "You can't just." "Who's going to? When did you arrange this?" "Last month. But don't worry. You've made it very clear I'm just a child who contributes nothing. This way, you can prove how much better off you are without me." She stared at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. "David, this is insane. You can't just leave. What about the mortgage? What about bills? What about our life?" I handed her a folder containing all our account information and the detailed financial breakdown I prepared. "You said you handle all the adult responsibilities anyway. The joint account will have $800 per month for basics. Everything else is up to you now." $800? She flipped through the papers frantically. "That won't even cover the mortgage." "You're right," I said, checking my phone for the Uber's arrival. "Children shouldn't be responsible for mortgage payments anyway." "David, stop this. You're being ridiculous." "I didn't mean." "You meant exactly what you said. Multiple times. To multiple people. You've spent 3 years explaining to everyone how useless I am and how you manage everything. Now you get to prove it." The Uber pulled up. I grabbed my suitcase and headed for the door. "You can't do this." Sarah followed me outside, her voice getting louder. "This is financial abuse." I paused at the car door and looked back at her. "Financial abuse? I'm the one who earns the money. You're the one who's been controlling it while telling everyone I contribute nothing. I'm just giving you what you asked for, complete control without having to manage a useless child." As the Uber pulled away, I could see her standing in our driveway in her silk pajamas, probably realizing for the first time that her designer lifestyle had been funded entirely by the child she'd been publicly dismissing. The flight to Singapore gave me 12 hours to think about what I'd just done. Part of me wondered if I was being vindictive, but mostly, I felt something I hadn't experienced in 3 years, clarity. I'd been so focused on trying to be worthy of Sarah's love that I'd forgotten I was already worthy of basic respect. I'd been so grateful that she managed our life that I'd never questioned why the person earning 80% of our income had no say in how it was spent. Singapore was a revelation. The consulting project was exactly what I'd needed: complex, engaging, and completely focused on my actual skills. My colleagues treated me like the experienced professional I was, not like someone who needed constant supervision. More importantly, I was handling everything myself: booking restaurants, navigating the city, managing my schedule, even doing my own laundry. Turns out, I was perfectly capable of adult life when someone wasn't constantly telling me I wasn't. I found an apartment in the Marina Bay area, learned to cook Singaporean cuisine, and discovered I actually enjoyed grocery shopping when I could choose what to buy without being told I was doing it wrong. I opened local bank accounts, negotiated my own lease, and somehow managed to handle all these adult responsibilities without anyone managing me. Meanwhile, my phone was exploding with messages from Sarah. Day 1. This is ridiculous. Come home so we can discuss this like adults. Day 3. The mortgage payment is due. You're being vindictive and petty. Day 5. I had to ask my parents for money. Are you happy now? Day 7. Everyone's asking where you are. What am I supposed to tell them? Day 10. I can't afford the BMW payment. This is insane. Day 14. The credit cards are maxed out. I need you to transfer more money. I kept my responses brief and factual. You said you handle all adult responsibilities. Mortgage payments are adult responsibilities. I'm not being petty. I'm just not being pathetic anymore. Tell them the truth. You're handling everything like you always said you did. Children don't make BMW payments. You have your own income. Use it. Week 2 brought a different strategy from Sarah. She tried calling during video conferences, sent flowers to my hotel, even booked herself a flight to Singapore that I had to explicitly tell her not to take. Her messages became more elaborate. I was just joking with the girls. You know, I don't really think you're incompetent. I was just, I don't know, trying to fit in with their complaints about their husbands. My response: you weren't joking. You were being honest. And now I'm being honest too. I don't need managing. Week 3 was when the real panic set in. Sarah's credit cards started getting declined. The BMW payment bounced. She had to cancel her standing salon appointments. David, this is insane. I can't maintain our lifestyle on $800 a month. It's not our lifestyle. It was my lifestyle that you managed. Now you get to build your own lifestyle on your own income. That's not fair. Marriage is a partnership. You're absolutely right. Partners contribute equally and respect each other. You chose to contribute my money while publicly dismissing my competence. That's not partnership. I never said you weren't competent. I screenshot several of her Facebook posts and text them to her. Posts where she'd shared memes about basically raising your husband and commented, "So true." Face with rolling eyes, posts where she'd responded to friends' relationship complaints with, "At least your husband can function independently." Posts where she'd literally written, "Sometimes I feel like I'm married to a teenager who happens to be good with computers. Want me to send more?" I texted back. The screenshots stopped her protests cold. Week 4 brought a new development. Sarah's mother called me directly, which was unprecedented. Carol had always been polite but distant, clearly preferring Sarah's version of our relationship dynamics. "David, I hope you don't mind me calling. Sarah is, well, she's having a hard time adjusting to managing everything alone. I understand that must be difficult for her." I replied carefully. "She says you're being vindictive, that you just abandoned her without warning." I was quiet for a moment, considering how much to reveal. "Carol, did Sarah tell you why I left?" "She said you had some kind of midlife crisis, that you suddenly decided you didn't want responsibilities anymore." "Did she mention what she said about me at the dinner party the night before I left?" Silence. "What did she say?" I repeated Sarah's exact words about me being nothing without her, basically a child, completely incompetent at adult life. Then I explained the financial reality, how my income had funded the lifestyle Sarah claimed to manage so expertly. "Oh," Carol said quietly. I didn't know about any of that. Your daughter spent 3 years convincing everyone, including me, that I was lucky she was willing to manage my incompetent life." I finally decided to take her at her word. After that call, Sarah's messages took on a different tone. Less demanding, more desperate. "My mom thinks I was wrong about some things. Maybe we can talk when you get back?" "I'm not coming back, Sarah. I'm not the incompetent child you described, and I'm not going to pretend to be anymore." "But what about our marriage? What about our future?" You should have thought about that before publicly humiliating me for 3 years while spending my money. By month 2, the social consequences were becoming clear. Sarah's friends started asking questions she couldn't answer. Why couldn't she handle the finances if she was so good at managing everything? Where had all the money gone if David never contributed anything meaningful? Her sister Emma called me directly. David, I know you have every right to be upset, but Sarah's really struggling. Maybe you could. Emma, I interrupted. For 3 years, Sarah has publicly described me as an incompetent child who contributes nothing to our marriage. Either that was true, in which case she should be thriving without me, or it was false, in which case she owes me some serious apologies and changes. Which do you think it is? Long pause. I think I understand why you left. Sarah spent 3 years convincing everyone, including me, that I was lucky she was willing to manage my life. Turns out, she was lucky I was willing to fund hers. Meanwhile, my life in Singapore was flourishing. The project was going so well that they'd offered me a permanent position with a 60% salary increase. I was learning Mandarin, exploring Southeast Asia on weekends, and had started dating Michelle, a brilliant architect who found my competence attractive rather than threatening. I posted photos occasionally, nothing dramatic, just normal life updates. Cooking dinner in my Singapore apartment, hiking in Malaysia, working on a particularly challenging code implementation, professional shots from client presentations. The contrast with Sarah's social media was stark. Her posts went from designer lifestyle shots to increasingly vague, staying strong, inspirational quotes. One evening, while having dinner at a hawker center in Singapore, I got a call from my old colleague Janet. David, I hope you don't mind me reaching out. Sarah came by the office today looking for you. She seemed different. Different how? Desperate, I guess. She asked if we had your contact information in Singapore. When I said we couldn't give that out, she started crying right there in the lobby. I felt a pang of something, not quite sympathy, but recognition of how far Sarah had fallen from her confident, controlling persona. She kept saying she'd made a terrible mistake, Janet continued, that she never meant to make you feel incompetent. But honestly, David, after working with you for 2 years, I never understood why you let her talk to you that way. Because I believed her, I said simply. When someone tells you every day that you're incompetent, eventually you start to think they might be right. Well, for what it's worth, you seem like a completely different person now. More confident. More yourself, if that makes sense. It made perfect sense. I was myself for the first time in 3 years. Month 3 brought her most desperate attempt yet. She flew to Singapore without telling me, showed up at my hotel, and demanded we talk like mature adults. David, I made mistakes. I was insecure, and I took it out on you. But this has gone too far. I need you to come home. We were sitting in the hotel restaurant, and I noticed she'd lost weight. Her designer clothes hung differently. She looked genuinely distressed. You need me to come home, I repeated. But for 3 years, you told everyone I was useless. Which version is true? Both, she said, then caught herself. I mean, you are brilliant and capable, but you needed guidance with practical things. Like what? Like financial planning, social obligations, maintaining our lifestyle. Sarah, I maintained our lifestyle. With my income. You spent our lifestyle. With my income. While telling everyone I was incompetent. She was crying now, which once would have triggered my protective instincts. Now it just felt like another manipulation tactic. I was wrong, she admitted. I was insecure about the money difference between us, so I convinced myself and everyone else that you needed me for other things. But I know now that you don't need me at all. That was the first honest thing she'd said in years. You're right, I replied. I don't need you. For the first time in our marriage, I'm with you because I want to be, not because I think I can't survive without you. The question is, do you want to be with me, or do you want to be with someone you can control? She couldn't answer that question honestly, and we both knew it. I can't go back to being your managed child, I continued. If you want a marriage, it has to be between equals. That means separate finances, mutual respect, and no more public humiliation disguised as jokes. I don't know how to do that, she whispered. Then we don't have a marriage to save. She flew back to the States the next day. I stayed in Singapore. Month 4 brought the divorce papers. Sarah had finally accepted that she couldn't have a husband she respected and a husband she controlled. She'd chosen control for so long that she'd forgotten what respect looked like. The settlement was straightforward. She kept the house, but had to refinance the mortgage on her own income. I kept my retirement accounts and investments. We split the minimal savings equally. Before signing the final papers, I received one last call from Sarah. David, I need you to know something. I've been going to therapy since you left. That's good, Sarah. I hope it helps. My therapist helped me understand something. I was scared of losing you, so I tried to make you think you needed me. But in doing that, I made you feel worthless. And now I've lost you anyway. I was quiet for a moment. It was the most self-aware thing she'd ever said to me. Sarah, I never needed you to be less capable for me to love you. I just needed you to respect that I was capable too. I know that now, but it's too late, isn't it? Yeah, I said gently. It is. Her final text to me was actually touching. I finally understand what I lost. You weren't the child in our marriage. I was. I replied. I hope you find someone who appreciates what you actually bring to a relationship, instead of someone you can convince needs you. 6 months later, I was permanently relocated to Singapore with a promotion that doubled my original salary. I was dating Michelle, a brilliant architect who found my independence attractive rather than threatening. We split expenses proportionally, made decisions together, and somehow I managed to handle all my adult responsibilities without anyone managing me. My ex-wife had moved back in with her parents temporarily while she figured out how to live within her actual means. According to Emma, she'd started therapy and was learning to manage her own finances for the first time in her adult life. A year after I left, Emma sent me a message that surprised me. Sarah got a promotion at work. She's managing her own finances now and seems different, more humble. She wanted me to tell you that your leaving probably saved both of you from a really toxic situation. I was glad to hear she was growing, but I also knew that growth had come at the cost of our marriage. Some lessons can only be learned through consequences. The funny thing about stopping pathetic behavior is that it doesn't just change how others see you. It changes how you see yourself. I'd spent 3 years trying to be worthy of someone who thought I was fundamentally inadequate. Now I knew my worth, and I wasn't willing to negotiate it downward for anyone. The man who used to accept being called incompetent while funding someone else's lifestyle was gone. In his place was someone who knew the difference between being loved and being managed. And that man would never settle for management again. Michelle and I were having dinner last week when she commented on how self-assured I seemed. You just handle things, she said. It's attractive. I thought about Sarah's constant commentary on my incompetence, her insistence that I needed guidance for basic adult functions. Then I looked at Michelle, who respected my judgment enough to ask my opinion on her own decisions. I learned the hard way. I told her that the right person doesn't make you feel like you need to be managed. They make you feel like you're capable of anything. She smiled. Smart man. Took me a while to figure that out, I replied. But some lessons are worth the learning curve. The child who needed managing was gone. In his place was a man who'd learned to fly.
Dear listeners, please share your thoughts in the comments, and do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
My fiancée rolled her eyes. Wow, so jealous over a few emojis? When I showed her the texts with her trainer, I said, not jealous, just taking notes. His wife wasn't taking it well when she got the screenshots. Now she's begging me for a place to stay. I've always believed in traditional roles. I know that's not a popular opinion these days, but it's how I was raised. A man provides, protects, and builds a safe, stable home. A woman nurtures that home and the family within it. When I met my fiancée Chloe, this was our shared foundation. Her family was deeply religious, pillars of their local church community, where her father, Pastor Thompson, delivered a sermon every Sunday. They were people who cared, above all else, about appearances, reputation, and the sanctity of a traditional family unit. Chloe had no desire to work. She wanted to be a wife, a mother, and a homemaker. I was more than happy with that arrangement. I own a logistics and supply chain consultancy, a business I built from the ground up. It affords us a very comfortable life. I provided her with a beautiful home, my home, but one she was meant to make hers. A luxury car and a credit card with a limit she never had to think about. In return, I expected loyalty, respect, and a partner who was building our future with me, not just benefiting from it. For 2 years, I thought that's what I had. The first crack in the foundation appeared about 6 months ago, under the guise of self-improvement. Chloe decided she wanted to get in shape for the wedding, and hired a personal trainer at a high-end gym. His name was Marco. He was exactly the type you'd picture. All perfect teeth, sculpted muscles, and a brand of motivational charm that always felt slick and insincere to me. She started spending more and more time at the gym, coming home late, buzzing with an energy that seemed to have little to do with her workout. She would talk about him constantly. Marco said my form is perfect. Marco thinks I should try this new protein powder. It was always Marco, Marco, Marco. I'm not a jealous man, but I am an observant one. I noticed the way she'd angle her phone away from me in the evenings, the quick, secret smiles she'd have while texting. The moment of truth came on a Saturday afternoon. We were sitting on the couch, planning our honeymoon. I had my laptop open, showing her a resort in Bora Bora. She was supposed to be looking at it with me, but her attention was on her phone. I saw her type a quick message and then laugh, a small private giggle. "What's so funny?" I asked, my voice casual. She jumped, startled. "Oh, nothing. Just a meme a friend sent me." A few minutes later, I went to the kitchen to get a drink. My iPad, which is synced to her phone for convenience, was sitting on the counter. The screen lit up with a notification from Instagram. It was a message from Marco. I knew I shouldn't look, but I also knew I had to. I opened the app. It wasn't just one message. It was a long, detailed conversation stretching back for weeks. It was filled with heart emojis, fire emojis, and compliments that were far too personal for a trainer and his client. He called her Angel. She called him my handsome beast. But it was the most recent messages, from just moments ago, that made my blood run cold. "Marco. Thinking about you in that little black dress from the other night. Can't stop. Stop, you're gonna get me in trouble. Is the big man boring you with wedding talk again? You have no idea. At least the honeymoon will be nice. Maybe you can come visit me there. Marco, just say the word, Angel. I'll be on the next flight." I stood in my kitchen, the cool marble of the countertop the only thing grounding me. It wasn't just flirting. It was a planned, ongoing emotional affair, filled with disrespect for me and our relationship. She was sitting in my living room, using the life I provided her to plan a fantasy rendezvous with another man. I walked back to the couch and sat down, my expression unreadable. I waited. About 10 minutes later, her phone buzzed again. She smiled as she read the message. I leaned over, my voice calm. "Is that Marco?" The color drained from her face. "What? No. Why would you ask that?" I picked up the iPad from the coffee table and opened the message thread. I turned the screen towards her. "Because of this," I said. She stared at the screen, her mouth opening and closing. The panic in her eyes quickly morphed into indignation. It was the classic defense of the guilty. Attack. She rolled her eyes, letting out an exasperated sigh. "Wow. So you're going through my private messages now? I can't believe this. So jealous over a few stupid emojis?" The dismissiveness, the sheer, breathtaking audacity of her gaslighting was the final confirmation. She felt no remorse. She only felt annoyed that she'd been caught. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't get angry. I looked at her, then at the screen, and then back at her. A cold, quiet resolve settled over me. "Not jealous, Chloe," I said, my voice dangerously calm. "Just taking notes." She scoffed. "Whatever. You're being a psycho. I'm going to my parents for dinner." She grabbed her purse and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her. She thought she was punishing me, leaving me to stew in my jealousy. She had no idea she had just left me alone to build her gallows. Update 1. The moment the door slammed shut, I went into mission mode. Chloe's fatal mistake was believing her own narrative. That I was a simple, predictable man who could be managed with a bit of manufactured drama. She had no idea that my mind, the one that designs and executes complex logistical solutions for multi-million-dollar companies, was now focused on a singular personal project, her complete and total social demolition. My plan wasn't to hurt her. It was to let her own actions, and the actions of the man she was entertaining, deliver the consequences directly to the one place she and her family felt safest, their pristine, unassailable reputation. First, I needed to know my enemy, not Chloe but Marco, and more importantly, his wife. I spent an hour digging through Marco's social media. His profile was public, a monument to his own ego. He was married, and he wasn't shy about it. His wife, a woman named Vanessa, was featured in dozens of photos. She was a fitness competitor, with an unnervingly intense stare and a physique that looked like it had been carved from granite. Her own profile, which was also public, told an even more detailed story. She was a co-owner of the gym. Her bio read, CEO of Marco's biggest fan club, don't test me. Her posts were filled with captions about loyalty, couples' goals, and not-so-subtle warnings to other women to stay away from her man. She was, in Chloe's own words from a few weeks ago, a possessive, crazy psycho. Perfect. I created a new, anonymous Instagram account, a blank profile picture, a generic name. Then, I began to craft my opening move. I couldn't just dump the screenshots on her. That would be too simple. She might think it was a prank or a doctored image from a rival. No, I had to bait the hook. Had to make her ask for the proof. I needed her to be an active participant in her husband's downfall. I sent her a single, simple message from my anonymous account. I'm so sorry to bother you, but I think you deserve to know the truth about what your husband does with his female clients. Then, I waited. It took less than 5 minutes for the reply to come in. Vanessa, who is this? What are you talking about? Me? I'm a member at your gym. I've seen things, I've heard things. He's not respectful of your marriage. Give me a name, or I'm blocking you. Chloe Thompson, your husband calls her his angel. He's planning on meeting her during her honeymoon. The 3 dots that indicated she was typing appeared and disappeared several times. She was hooked. Vanessa, you're lying. Show me proof. This was the moment. I didn't send her the whole conversation. I sent her just one carefully selected screenshot. The one where Chloe suggested Marco visit her on her honeymoon. It was damning, but it was also just vague enough to be deniable on its own. The reply was instant. Vanessa, this is nothing. This is a joke. Girls say stupid things. Is it a joke when he tells her he can't stop thinking about her in a black dress? Is it a joke when he calls his own fiancé the big man who is boring her? I had deliberately twisted the context, making it seem like Marco was the one engaged in complaining about his own fiancé. I needed to make this personal for Vanessa, to make her feel like she was the one being mocked. Vanessa, what are you talking about? Show me. I sent the next screenshot, the one with the black dress comment, the one where Marco called me the big man. The trap was sprung. He said that? About me? Me, I don't know who he was talking about. I just know he was saying it to Chloe. There's more. A lot more. Weeks of it. Send it to me. Send me everything. Now. I sent the rest of the screenshots, a long, scrolling story of their emotional affair. As I sent them, I added my own commentary, my own carefully chosen words to pour gasoline on the fire. Me, she lives with him. The big man. Her fiancé. She's the daughter of Pastor Thompson from the community church. Can you believe the hypocrisy? They think they're so clever. They laugh about him behind his back. She's using his money to pay for her sessions with your husband. I feel so sorry for her fiancé, and I feel sorry for you. You both deserve better than these two. I watched as the scene receipt appeared under each message. I had armed a volatile, unstable woman with a nuclear bomb of information and aimed her directly at the thing the Thompson family valued most, their reputation. The final reply from Vanessa came about an hour later. It was no longer a question, it was a statement of intent. Vanessa, thank you, I know where she lives. I blocked the anonymous account and deleted it. My part in the direct action was done. Now, I just had to wait for the shockwave. Update 2. The demolition was scheduled for Sunday afternoon. I knew this because the Thompson family hosted a post-church luncheon at their house every week. It was a neighborhood institution, a gathering of their most devout and influential friends from the congregation. It was the perfect stage for the performance that was about to unfold. I spent Sunday morning in a state of grim anticipation. I went for a long run. I cleaned my house. I did everything I could to distract myself from the impending explosion I had engineered. Chloe had been staying with her parents since our fight. She had sent a few half-hearted apology texts, which I had ignored. She was still operating under the assumption that I was just a jealous boyfriend who needed to cool down. At around 1:30 in the afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was one of Chloe's cousins, a younger girl who had always been kind to me. Cousin, OMG, you are not going to believe what is happening at my aunt's house. It's insane. I called her immediately. The background of the call was chaos. I could hear shouting, a woman's voice, raw and furious, and the sound of something smashing. "What's going on?" I asked. "This crazy woman just showed up," the cousin whispered, her voice panicked. "She's screaming about Chloe and some guy named Marco. She's reading their text messages out loud on the front lawn. Your name is on the guest list for the wedding, and she's reading it to everyone. Pastor Thompson is trying to get her to leave, but she's not listening. She just threw a brick through their living room window." My plan had worked better than I could have ever imagined. Vanessa wasn't just confronting them, she was putting on a public spectacle of the highest order. I got in my car and drove to their neighborhood. I didn't go to the house. I parked a block away, in a spot with a clear view of the unfolding drama. There were already a dozen neighbors out on their lawns watching the show. Several were filming with their phones. Vanessa was a force of nature. She was standing in the middle of the Thompsons' perfectly manicured lawn, a wild, cornered look in her eyes. She was holding a stack of printed-out screenshots, waving them like a battle standard. "This is your pastor's daughter," she screamed, her voice hoarse. "This is the woman you all look up to. A homewrecker and a cheat. She's trying to steal my husband. She's planning a honeymoon with him while she's engaged to another man." Pastor Thompson, his face a mask of pale, sweaty horror, was trying to reason with her. "Ma'am, please, let's discuss this privately. You're making a scene." "I want to make a scene," Vanessa roared. "I want everyone to know what kind of family you really are. All pious and perfect on Sunday, but you're raising a snake in your own home." Chloe was nowhere to be seen. She was probably hiding inside, listening to her carefully constructed world being torn apart, brick by literal brick. The police arrived a few minutes later. They managed to calm Vanessa down and eventually convinced her to leave. But not before she had delivered a 45-minute sermon of her own, filled with profanity, accusations, and the unvarnished, ugly truth of her husband's and my fiancé's betrayal. I watched as the police car pulled away. The crowd of neighbors slowly dispersed, whispering among themselves. The Thompson house, with its broken window and its shattered reputation, stood silent. The war was over. The fallout was just beginning. Final update: it's been 4 months since the day of the public demolition. The aftermath has been a slow, cascading series of consequences that have methodically dismantled every aspect of Chloe's privileged, protected life. The first and most immediate consequence was the destruction of her family's reputation. The videos of Vanessa's rampage, filmed by multiple neighbors, were all over local social media within hours. The story of Pastor Thompson's cheating, lying daughter became the biggest scandal their church community had ever seen. The following Sunday, Pastor Thompson's sermon was delivered to a half-empty church. The week after that, he was asked by the church elders to take a leave of absence. He hasn't been back in the pulpit since. The shame was more than her parents could bear, and they directed all of their rage at the source of it, Chloe. According to her cousin, who has been my reluctant but reliable source of information, the week after the incident was a living nightmare for Chloe. Her father, a man who had never raised his voice to her in her life, told her she had ruined their family. Her mother, whose entire identity was tied to her social standing in the church, told her she couldn't even look at her. They gave her an ultimatum. She had 1 week to find somewhere else to live. They were cutting her off completely. They were ashamed of her, and they wanted her out of their lives until she could learn to live like a proper Christian woman. She was, for the first time in her life, completely on her own, and she had no idea how to survive. She had no job, no savings of her own, and no real-world skills. She tried calling her friends, the ones who had been her bridesmaids. They all made excuses. No one wanted to be associated with the scandal. No one wanted the drama of Vanessa, who was now in the midst of a very messy, very public divorce from Marco, showing up at their doorstep. She was running out of options and running out of money. The last I heard from her cousin, Chloe had been living out of her car for a few days, showering at a local gym and living on fast food. Then, last night, the inevitable happened. At around 10 o'clock, my doorbell rang. I looked at the security camera feed on my phone. It was her. She looked thin, tired, and completely broken. I opened the door. She just stood there for a moment, not saying anything. The old, confident, entitled Chloe was gone, replaced by a ghost. "Mark," she finally whispered, her voice cracking. Can I please come in?" "No," I said. She started to cry, real, desperate tears. "Please," she begged. "I have nowhere to go. My parents kicked me out. My friends won't talk to me. I have no money. I'll do anything. I'll get a job. I'll pay you back. I need a place to stay." I looked at the woman who had rolled her eyes at my pain, who had called me jealous and psycho for discovering her betrayal. The woman who had been so willing to destroy our future for a cheap thrill. "That sounds like a stressful situation for you, Chloe," I said, my voice devoid of any emotion. I let my words hang in the air for a moment, a perfect echo of the conversation that had started it all. "But you're a grown woman. You need to stand on your own 2 feet." Her face crumbled as she recognized her own cold, dismissive words being thrown back at her. "Tell your parents to figure it out," I said, my voice hardening. "Or Marco, or any of the friends who thought your behavior was so funny, but don't bring your problems to my door. It's not my responsibility." I closed the door on her sobbing, leaving her alone on my porch in the wreckage of the life she had so carelessly set on fire. My revenge was never about jealousy, it was about accountability, and I had simply taken notes and delivered the final grade.
I'm Jenna Parker, 32 years old, and that October evening my father's voicemail hit like a punch to the gut. "Transfer the money now, or expect a call from our lawyer." His voice growled through my phone, cold and commanding. My hands shook, but I didn't hesitate. I typed back 2 words. "Go ahead." 48 hours later, my phone was buzzing with 24 missed calls, his lawyer practically begging for a response, voice cracking with panic. I didn't answer. See, my parents thought they could control me, my career, my future, all through a family trust they dangled over my head. But I was done playing their game. That voicemail wasn't just a threat, it was the spark that ignited everything. What happened next turned my life upside down, exposed secrets I never saw coming, and cost my parents more than they ever imagined. I didn't argue. I didn't beg. I just acted. Stick around to see how it all unfolded. You won't believe where this story ends. If you've ever stood up to family pressure, share your story in the comments below and hit that subscribe button to follow my journey through this chaos. Growing up in the Hayes household felt like living under a microscope. My father, Robert Hayes, was a real estate investor in Jacksonville, a man whose every word carried the weight of a contract. Success wasn't just expected, it was demanded. By the time I was 10, he had mapped out my future: a business degree, a corner office, and a life that mirrored his own. My dreams of working in media, crafting stories through visuals and sound, were dismissed as childish fantasies. "You'll thank me when you're running a company," he'd say, his voice sharp enough to cut through my protests. I learned early that arguing with him was like arguing with a brick wall, pointless and exhausting. My mother, Linda, was different, but no less trapped. She ran an event planning business, orchestrating lavish weddings and corporate galas, with a smile that never reached her eyes. When my father's demands filled the room, she'd stay silent, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Once, when I was 12, I begged her to let me join a school film club. She hesitated, glanced at my father, and whispered, "It's not practical, Jenna." That was her way's soft deflections that left me feeling like I'd failed her too. Her silence wasn't agreement, but it wasn't defiance either. It was survival. School was my only escape, but even that came with strings. My father insisted I excel in math and economics, subjects he deemed useful. I'd spend hours at the dining table, his eyes boring into me as I struggled through equations. Mediocrity isn't an option, he'd snap if I faltered. By high school, I was sneaking art classes, hiding sketchbooks under my bed, terrified he'd find them. One night, he did. He tore the pages out, calling them a waste of time. I cried myself to sleep, promising I'd never let him see my passion again. My brother Timothy, 3 years older, seemed to fit the mold my father wanted. He studied finance, landed a job at a Jacksonville bank, and never questioned the path laid out for him. At family dinners, he'd nod along as my father lectured about investments and ambition. But I caught glimpses of something else: tightened jawlines, fleeting frowns when my father wasn't looking. Once, when I was 16, Timothy found me editing a short video on my laptop. "That's really good," he said quietly, then added, "Don't let Dad see it." His words stuck with me, not just the warning, but the way his voice softened, like he understood the weight I carried. The family trust was the invisible chain binding us all. My father controlled a fund built from his real estate deals, and he used it to dictate our choices. When I turned 18, he offered to pay for college, but only if I majored in business. I wanted to say no, to run toward the life I imagined, but the trust was a lifeline I couldn't afford to lose. So I enrolled at the University of North Florida studying marketing, a compromise I thought he'd tolerate. He didn't. "Marketing is fluff," he scoffed at my graduation. "You should have gone into finance like Timothy." I bit my tongue, but the resentment simmered. Looking back, those years shaped me in ways I didn't expect. I learned to hide parts of myself, to bury my dreams under layers of obedience. But the more I suppressed, the stronger my resolve grew. I wasn't just fighting for a career, I was fighting for the right to define my own life. By the time I left home at 22, I thought I'd escaped my father's grip. I was wrong. His control followed me, woven into every decision, every dollar tied to that trust. And it wasn't until much later that I realized Timothy, despite his compliance, was carrying his own quiet rebellion. Everything shifted when I met Matthew Brooks at a Jacksonville music festival. I was 30, still licking wounds from years of my father's control, when I saw him adjusting soundboards at a local band set. His easy smile and quiet confidence pulled me in. "You're into this stuff?" he asked, catching me watching the stage crew. I nodded shyly, admitting my passion for media. Instead of brushing it off, he lit up. "You should be up there making the story happen," he said, gesturing to the vibrant crowd. For the first time, someone saw me, not the version my father wanted, but the real me. We talked for hours, swapping dreams over cheap festival coffee. Matthew, an audio engineer, lived for music and freedom, unbothered by corporate ladders. His words stuck: "Life's too short to live someone else's plan." Months later, I invited Matthew to a family dinner at my parents' house, hoping to share my happiness. I should have known better. The table was set for tension, not celebration. My father sat at the head, his eyes narrowing as I introduced Matthew. "So you're the sound guy," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "Must be tough scraping by on gigs." I felt my face burn, but Matthew just smiled, unfazed. "I love what I do," he replied calmly, "and it pays the bills." My father snorted, launching into a lecture about real careers and stability. He didn't stop there. "Jenna needs someone grounded," he said, as if I weren't sitting right in front of him. I gripped my fork, willing myself to speak, but the words caught in my throat. My mother stayed silent, her eyes fixed on her plate. I'd hoped for a flicker of support, a nod, anything, but she offered nothing. "Mom," I said quietly, "don't you think Matthew's work is interesting?" She glanced up, her lips parting, then closed them again. "It's different," she mumbled, barely audible. Her silence stung worse than my father's words. I looked to Timothy, my brother, sitting across the table. He'd always been the obedient one, but I thought he might back me up. Instead, he shifted uncomfortably, muttering something about work and changing the subject. "How's the bank, Tim?" my father asked, and just like that, the conversation moved on, leaving me and Matthew in the dust. After dinner, Matthew squeezed my hand under the table. "I'm fine," he whispered, but I wasn't. Driving home, I couldn't shake the anger. "Why didn't you push back harder?" I asked him, my voice sharper than I meant. He sighed. "I didn't want to make it worse for you." His calmness only frustrated me more. I felt like I was fighting alone, caught between my family's expectations and the life I wanted with him. That night, I lay awake, replaying my father's sneer, my mother's silence, Timothy's avoidance. I'd brought Matthew into my world hoping they'd see what I saw in him. Instead, they'd dismissed him and me without a second thought. It wasn't just about that dinner. It was about every moment I'd let them define me. Something had to change. The real trouble began when my parents invested in my media startup. I'd spent years building my company, a small Jacksonville outfit creating promotional videos for local businesses. It was my lifeline proof I could chase my passion despite my father's disdain. But when cash flow tightened, I made the mistake of accepting their help. My father didn't just offer money, he offered the family trust, a fund built from his real estate empire. I thought it was a gesture of faith. I was wrong. "We're partners now," he said, his smile more contract than kindness. From that moment, every decision I made had to pass his approval. "Want to hire a new editor?" He demanded their resume. "Want to pitch a bold campaign?" He'd shoot it down as too risky. My company. My dream was slipping through my fingers, tethered to his control. Things got worse when Matthew and I started planning our wedding. We'd set a date for the following spring, dreaming of a simple ceremony in a Jacksonville park. I was naive enough to think my parents would be happy for me. Instead, my father called me to his office, a sterile space lined with property deeds. "You need to postpone the wedding," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Your company's not stable enough. Focus on the business." I stared at him, stunned. "Dad, this is my life, not a board meeting," I shot back. His eyes narrowed. "The trust is funding your life," he said. "If you want to keep it, you'll listen." The threat hung heavy, Mary Matthew, and he'd pull the plug on my company. I felt my chest tighten, the weight of his words pressing down. I turned to Matthew that night, expecting him to share my outrage. "Can you believe him?" I asked, pacing our apartment. Matthew frowned, his voice steady. "He's bluffing, Jenna. He won't let your company fail, it's his money too." But I wasn't so sure. My father didn't bluff. He calculated. Every dollar from the trust came with strings, and now those strings were tightening around my future with Matthew. I refused to postpone the wedding. "This is our choice," I told my father in a heated call. "You don't get to decide this." His response was ice cold. "Push me and I'll pull every cent." "You'll have nothing." The line went dead, leaving me shaking with anger and fear. My company, my dream was on the line, and so was my relationship. Later that week, my mother sent me a text. "I'm sorry about your father," it read. "He just wants what's best." I stared at the screen, my heart sinking. It was the same old pattern, her quiet apologies, never loud enough to challenge him. "Mom, why can't you stand up to him?" I typed back, my fingers trembling. She didn't reply. Her silence, like always, spoke louder than words. I wanted to scream, to beg her to see how much this hurt, but I knew it was pointless. She'd chosen her side long ago, and it wasn't mine. Matthew held me as I cried, promising we'd find a way through. But the fear lingered. My father's threat wasn't just about money. It was about breaking me, forcing me to bend to his will. I wasn't sure how much longer I could fight. By spring, my world turned upside down. I thought Matthew and I could push through the storm of my father's threats to pull funding from my media startup. We'd faced his control before, his demands to postpone our wedding, his grip on my company, but I believed our love was stronger. Then one evening, everything changed. Matthew came home from a gig hours later than usual, his face pale, his usual confidence replaced by a shadow I couldn't read. He'd been out meeting someone, but he wouldn't say who. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low, almost broken. I sat on the couch, my heart pounding as he paced the room. "I can't do this anymore, Jenna," he said, avoiding my eyes. "You're better off without me. I'm setting you free." I froze, his words slicing through me like a blade. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, standing up, my voice shaking. "Is this about my father? Did something happen today?" He shook his head, his jaw tight, but offered no explanation. "I'm just not enough for you," he muttered, grabbing his jacket. Before I could stop him, he walked out. The door clicked shut, leaving me alone in our apartment, the silence deafening. My mind raced. Matthew had never been this distant. Why now? What happened during those hours he was gone? I sensed something was off, but the pieces wouldn't fit together. I spent that night replaying his words, searching for answers. Setting you free. It made no sense. We'd fought so hard to build a life together, to stand up to my parents' control. Why would he abandon me now? I called him. Texted him, begged for clarity, but my phone stayed silent. By morning, my anger turned to despair. The apartment we'd shared felt like a cage, every corner holding memories of us planning our wedding, laughing over late-night takeout. I couldn't stay there. I packed a bag and drove to Caitlin Walsh, my best friend and a real estate lawyer in Jacksonville. I need a place to crash. I told her, my voice barely holding together. Caitlin didn't ask questions. "You're staying with me," she said, pulling me into a hug. Her condo became my sanctuary, a place to breathe away from my parents' reach and the echo of Matthew's goodbye. Over coffee the next morning, I poured out my pain to Caitlin. "He just left?" I said, my hands trembling around the mug. "He wouldn't even tell me why. He was gone all afternoon meeting someone, and then he comes back and ends it." Caitlin's eyes narrowed. "That's not like Matthew," she said. "Something's wrong. Did he say anything about who he saw?" I shook my head, the knot in my chest tightening. "He wouldn't talk. Just said he's not enough for me." Caitlin leaned forward, her voice firm. "Jenna, you know him. He doesn't give up easily. Someone got to him." Her words sparked a flicker of doubt. Was it my father? My mother I didn't know, but the suspicion gnawed at me, fueling both my hurt and my resolve. The days that followed were a blur of grief and questions. I kept seeing Matthew's face, the way he couldn't meet my eyes when he left. I thought about my father's threats to pull funding, his insistence that I didn't need distractions like a wedding. My mother's quiet apologies, never backed by action, echoed in my mind. Had they done something to push him away? I wanted to confront them, to demand answers. But I had no proof, only a gut feeling that Matthew's absence wasn't his choice alone. At night, in Caitlin's guest room, I lay awake replaying every moment, every fight with my parents. The weight of their control over my company, my dreams. Now my heart was crushing me. But something shifted as I talked with Caitlin. She didn't let me wallow. "You're not defined by their rules," she said one evening, handing me a glass of wine. "Or by Matthew's decision. You're Jenna Parker, and you've built something incredible with your company. Don't let them take that from you." Her words hit hard. I was hurt, lost, but not powerless. My father thought he could dictate my life with his money. Matthew thought leaving would save me from whatever he was facing. But I wasn't a pawn in their games. I decided then and there to fight for my company, my dreams, and my future on my terms. No one, not even the people I loved, would control me anymore. Sitting in Caitlin's condo, I decided to fight for my freedom. My media startup, the one thing I'd poured my heart into, was still under my father's thumb through the family trust. Caitlin, ever the practical lawyer, saw the fire in my eyes. "We can get you out of this," she said, spreading legal documents across her kitchen table. "The trust is complicated, but there's a way to transfer ownership back to you, legally." She outlined the process we'd need to prove the company's independence, file for a buyout of their shares, and secure financing to replace their investment. It sounded daunting, but for the first time in months I felt a spark of hope. "Let's do it," I said, my voice steady. The next hurdle was getting the financial details of the trust. That's where Timothy came in. He showed up at Caitlin's place unannounced, his usual polished banker demeanor replaced by something softer. "I saw how Dad's been treating you," he said, sitting across from me. "It's not right." I was stunned. Timothy had always played by my father's rules. But seeing me unravel after losing Matthew had shifted something in him. "I can get you the trust's banking records," he offered quietly. "It'll show their stake in your company." I hesitated, knowing this could put him at odds with our parents. "Are you sure?" I asked. He nodded. You deserve to be free, Jenna. For the first time, I saw my brother as an ally, not just a bystander. Timothy delivered. He slipped me a USB drive with account statements and investment logs all pulled from his bank system. The numbers confirmed what I feared. My father's control over my company wasn't just emotional, it was contractual, with clauses tying my decisions to his approval. Armed with this, Caitlin connected me with Patricia Foster, a bank employee who specialized in corporate transfers. This won't be easy, Patricia warned when we met at her office. Your parents' investment gives them leverage, but we can draft a buyout agreement. She walked me through the paperwork, explaining how to restructure the company's ownership. I spent sleepless nights reviewing every detail, determined to get it right. Patricia's calm expertise kept me grounded. You're doing the right thing, she said, handing me the final forms to sign. With the paperwork ready, I faced the hardest step, confronting my parents. I called them to their house, my stomach in knots. My father sat in his usual chair, his expression unreadable, while my mother fidgeted beside him. I'm buying you out of my company, I said, forcing my voice to stay firm. I've got the financing and the paperwork's done. My father's eyes narrowed. You're making a mistake, Jenna, he said. You'll ruin everything without my support. My mother stayed silent, her hands clasped tightly. Mom, say something, I pressed, but she only shook her head. The air was thick with tension, their disapproval palpable. I knew they wouldn't let go easily, but I was ready for the fight. My company, my life, was mine to reclaim. The meeting at Stephen Clark's office marked the end of their control. I'd spent weeks preparing, fueled by a resolve that had hardened since I walked away from my parents' demands. Caitlin had worked tirelessly to ensure every document was airtight. We sat in Stephen's office, a sleek space in downtown Jacksonville, waiting for my parents to arrive. Stephen Clark, a seasoned attorney with a reputation for handling high-stakes disputes, had agreed to oversee the meeting. You're ready for this? He told me, his voice calm but firm. I nodded, clutching the folder of paperwork that would sever my company from the family trust. My stomach churned, but I wasn't backing down. My father walked in first, his posture rigid, his eyes scanning the room like he owned it. My mother followed, her expression a mix of anxiety and resignation. What's this about, Jenna? My father asked, his tone sharp as he sat across from me. I took a deep breath, meeting his gaze. I'm withdrawing your investment from my company, I said, my voice steady. I don't need your money anymore. I've secured new financing and the paperwork is complete. I slid the documents across the table. My father's face darkened, but my mother's eyes widened, her hands twisting in her lap. You're throwing away everything we've built for you, my father said, his voice low and dangerous. Dad, you didn't build my company? I shot back. I did. The room tensed as my father leaned forward. You think you can just walk away? He said. I'll sue you for breach of contract. You'll lose everything. Caitlin didn't flinch. There's no breach, she said, her voice cutting through his threat. She opened her briefcase and pulled out a stack of papers. The buyout agreement complies with the trust's terms. Jenna has fulfilled every legal obligation. She handed copies to Stephen, who reviewed them with a nod. She's right, Stephen said, looking at my father. The documents are ironclad. Jenna has the right to repurchase your shares, and she's secured the funds to do it. My father's jaw tightened, his usual control slipping. I could see the anger in his eyes, but for once it didn't shake me. My mother finally spoke, her voice trembling. Jenna, please, let's talk about this. We can work it out as a family. I turned to her, my heart aching but resolute. Mom, you've had years to stand up for me, I said. You chose silence every time. I'm done waiting for you to change. Her face crumpled, but she didn't argue. My father, however, wasn't finished. You're making a mistake, he said, his voice rising. You'll fail without us. You're not strong enough to do this alone. His words stung, echoing every doubt I'd ever had. But I wasn't that scared girl anymore. I'm not alone, I said, glancing at Caitlin. And I'm stronger than you think. Caitlin took over, laying out the legal steps we'd taken. She explained how the new financing secured through a local investment group replaced the trust's funds. She detailed the transfer of ownership, ensuring my company was fully mine again. My father tried to interrupt, but Stephen raised a hand. "Let her finish," he said firmly. Caitlin continued, her confidence unshaken. "Any attempt to challenge this in court will fail," she said. "We've consulted experts, reviewed every clause, and followed every regulation. Jenna's company is hers free and clear." I watched my father's expression shift from anger to grudging realization. He wasn't used to losing, but he had no leverage left. I stood up, feeling the weight of years lift off my shoulders. "This isn't about revenge," I said, looking at both my parents. "It's about my life. I built my company, and I'll protect it. I don't need your approval or your money." My father stared at me, his silence louder than any threat. My mother reached for my hand, her eyes pleading. "Jenna, we just want what's best for you," she said softly. I pulled away. "No, Mom. You wanted control. That's over now." The finality of my words hung in the air, and for the first time I felt truly free. As we left Stephen's office, Caitlin squeezed my shoulder. "You did it," she said, a proud smile on her face. I nodded, but the victory was bittersweet. I'd reclaimed my company, my life, but at the cost of my family. My parents' control had defined me for so long, but I'd broken free. Whatever came next, I'd face it on my terms. 8 months later, I stood in a Jacksonville park ready to start anew. My company had become my anchor, thriving without the shadow of my parents' control. I was at a media event networking with local journalists when I saw Matthew across the crowd. My heart stopped. He looked hesitant, his eyes searching mine. I hadn't seen him since he walked out, leaving me with questions that haunted me. "Can we talk?" he asked, his voice soft but urgent. I nodded, and we stepped away from the buzz of the event. "I owe you the truth," he said, his hands shoved in his pockets. "Your parents pressured me to leave you. They said I was holding you back, that I'd ruin your future. I thought letting you go was the only way to protect you." His words hit like a wave, confirming the suspicions I'd buried. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, my voice trembling with hurt and relief. Matthew looked down. "I didn't want you to fight them because of me. I thought you'd be better off." I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "I fought them anyway," I said. "I took back my company, my life. I'm free now. Matthew and I did it for me." His eyes softened, a flicker of hope breaking through. "I never stopped loving you," he said. In that moment, I knew we could rebuild. I told him everything, how I'd cut ties with my parents, how I'd chosen my own path. By the end of the night, we were laughing, tentative but real, like the first days we met. Months later, we stood in that same park exchanging vows in a small ceremony. No one from the Hayes family was there. My father and mother had faded from my life, their absence a choice I'd made to protect my peace. Our wedding was simple, surrounded by friends who'd become my family. Matthew squeezed my hand as we promised to face the future together. No conditions, no control. My company continued to grow, landing major clients and standing strong on its own. I'd proven I didn't need my parents' money or approval to succeed. Meanwhile, I heard through industry contacts that my father and mother were struggling. Their decision to pull funds from my company at the wrong time had backfired, draining their trust and tarnishing their reputation in Jacksonville's real estate circles. I didn't take joy in their downfall, but it confirmed what I'd learned: their control was built on fragile ground. They'd tried to chain me to their world, but I'd broken free. Looking back, I realized the cost of my freedom was steep but necessary. I'd lost my family, but I'd gained something greater, a life built on my values, not theirs. Love, I learned, wasn't about sacrifice or control. It was about trust and choosing each other every day. Matthew and I were proof of that. As I stood in that park, my hand in his, I knew I'd chosen right. The past was gone, and I was finally whole.
I found a positive test in our bathroom trash. When I confronted her, she smirked. "Relax, you're not the father anyway." I just told her to get out. She packed her bags and left with a smirk. But that smirk disappeared when she learned none of the other men wanted to be the father either. So my life blew up on a Tuesday. It's funny how it's always a Tuesday. It was trash night, and I was doing the final sweep of the house, gathering up the little waste baskets from the bathrooms. I pulled the bag out of the master bathroom can, and there it was, right on top, a pregnancy test, and it was positive. 2 distinct blue lines staring up at me like an accusation. My heart did this weird lurch, a mix of shock and, I'll admit, a little bit of excitement. My girlfriend Amanda and I had been together for 4 years. We lived together. We talked about the future, marriage, kids, the whole deal. I thought this was it. A surprise, but maybe a happy one. I walked into the living room, holding the little plastic stick like it was a winning lottery ticket. Amanda was on the couch, scrolling through her phone, a glass of wine on the table next to her. That should have been the first red flag. "Hey," I said, my voice shaking a little. "I found this in the trash." She looked up from her phone, saw the test in my hand, and her expression didn't change. No surprise, no fear, no happiness. Nothing. She just took a slow sip of her wine. "And?" she said, sounding completely bored. "And?" I repeated, confused. "It's positive. Are we?" That's when she did it. A slow smile spread across her face, a smirk that didn't reach her eyes. It was the kind of look that instantly makes you feel small, like you're the butt of a joke you don't get. "Relax," she said, setting her wine glass down with a soft click. "You're not the father anyway." The floor just dropped out from under me. The air went thin. I stood there, staring at her, trying to make the words make sense in my head. They didn't. 4 years. We lived in my house. I paid for most of our life together while she pursued her passion projects that were just a drain on our finances. I thought we were building a life, but in that one sentence, she had demolished all of it. I don't know what she expected. Tears, yelling, begging. I think she wanted a scene. She thrives on drama, but I didn't give her one. Something inside me, the part that would have been devastated, just went cold and quiet. It was like a switch flipped. The hurt was there deep down, but it was immediately buried under a layer of ice. I looked at her, at the smirk still playing on her lips, and I saw her for the first time. Not the woman I loved, but a stranger. A cruel, calculating stranger who was enjoying this. I dropped the pregnancy test on the coffee table. When I finally spoke, my voice was steady, ice cold. "Get out." Her smirk faltered for a second. "What?" "You heard me," I said. "Pack your things. I want you out of my house, tonight." She scoffed, recovering quickly. "You can't be serious. You're kicking me out?" "Just like that." "You just told me you're pregnant with another man's child," I said. "What is there to talk about? You have an hour." I turned and walked out of the room, went into my home office, and shut the door. I could hear her start to move around, slamming drawers, making loud, angry phone calls in the other room. I didn't care. I sat at my desk and just stared at the wall, my mind working faster than it ever had before. This wasn't just a breakup. This was a declaration of war. She thought she had all the power, that she could drop this bomb and walk away to her new life with her new man, leaving me in the rubble. She had no idea what a huge mistake she had just made. She underestimated me. Everyone always does. They see the quiet guy who fixes things and runs a small landscaping business, and they assume he's simple. They're always wrong. An hour later, she knocked on the office door. I opened it. She had 2 suitcases packed, her purse on her shoulder. The smirk was back, bigger than ever. She looked confident, triumphant even. "Fine," she said. "I'll leave. I was getting tired of this place anyway. My friend is on her way to pick me up." I just nodded. "Don't bother trying to call me," she added, tossing her hair back. "My real partner is going to take care of me now. We're going to have a real life, not this boring small-town existence." She expected me to crumble. I just stepped aside to let her pass. As she walked out my front door for the last time, she turned and gave me one last, pitying look. That look said it all. She thought she had won. She thought she was upgrading. She had no idea she had just walked out of the best situation she would ever have, and into a nightmare of her own making. A nightmare I was going to personally construct, piece by piece. The game was on. Update 1. It's been 3 weeks since Amanda walked out of my life with a smirk and a baby that isn't mine. The first few days were quiet, too quiet. The house felt huge and empty, but I didn't let myself wallow. That's what she would have wanted. Instead, I got to work. My first post got a lot of traction, and the support was unreal. A lot of you guys told me to just move on and forget her. I hear you, but that's not how I'm wired. When someone burns down your house, you don't just walk away. You find out who they are, and you make sure they never have the matches to do it again. My first problem was simple. I had no idea who the father or fathers might be. Amanda was good at hiding her tracks, but she made one mistake. She was still logged into her cloud account on our shared tablet. We'd had it for years, and she probably hadn't used it in months, completely forgetting it was still linked to everything. It was a goldmine. Texts, photos, social media messages she thought she'd deleted. It took me 2 sleepless nights, fueled by coffee and a cold rage, to piece together the timeline of her betrayal. It wasn't just one guy, it was 3. She had been running a rotation, a whole stable of men she was juggling behind my back. Each one served a different purpose. It was like she was building a portfolio of potential upgrades. First, there was Derek, the muscle. A personal trainer from the expensive gym she joined 6 months ago, the one I paid for, naturally. Based on the texts, their relationship was purely physical. He was all about gym selfies, protein shakes, and flexing in the mirror. Amanda's messages to her friends about him were brutal. She called him her dumb but fun toy and made fun of his intelligence constantly. But to his face, she was all about his amazing discipline and incredible physique. Next was Julian. The money. A married 50-something partner at the marketing firm where she did some freelance work. He was her ticket to the high life. He paid for fancy dinners, weekend trips to the city, and expensive gifts she told me were freelance bonuses. Their texts were all about discretion. He was terrified of his wife finding out. Amanda played the part of the exciting, forbidden escape for him, but in her messages to her friends, she called him the old man with the checkbook, and was already planning how to leverage the relationship for a full-time job at his firm. Finally, there was Leo, the artist, a musician she'd met at some gallery opening. He was her emotional support affair. Their messages were full of bad poetry and talk about their deep spiritual connection. He was broke, living in a tiny studio apartment, but he made her feel understood, or so he thought. To her friends, she described him as her pathetic but sweet project, and laughed about how he thought they were soulmates. Reading through it all, I didn't feel sad. I felt sick. She wasn't just cheating, she was using these men, playing a role for each of them, just like she had been with me. The pregnancy wasn't an accident, it was a strategy. She was going to pick the best option from her portfolio and cash in. My plan started to form. It wasn't about revenge on them, they were idiots. But they were being played too. My goal was to simply show each of them the real Amanda, the one I had just discovered. I was going to give them the information they needed to make an informed decision. I had a feeling none of them would choose to be the father to her child once they knew the truth. I started with Derek. This one was easy. I created a new, anonymous Instagram account. I found a picture of one of Derek's gym buddies, a guy he was always posting workout videos with. I sent the friend a simple message. You should know your boy Derek is being played. His new girl is seeing other guys. Then, to that same friend, I sent a few carefully selected, anonymous screenshots of Amanda's texts to her friends, the ones where she called Derek a brainless meathead. Guys like that are loyal to their gym bros, and their egos are fragile. I knew the message would get to Derek, and I knew it would hit him where it hurt. Julian was trickier. He was a powerful man, and his wife was apparently even more so, coming from a wealthy, influential family. Directly exposing the affair could have legal blowback for me. I had to be smarter. I compiled a small, anonymous package. It didn't contain love letters or pictures. It contained something far more damaging. Printouts of Amanda's secret credit card statements, showing tens of thousands in debt. It also included a few of her texts to friends where she talked about her plan to lock down the old man, and how his wife was a boring old hag. I didn't send it to Julian. I sent it to his wife, at her office. I didn't include a note. The documents spoke for themselves. A woman like that wouldn't tolerate a messy, indebted mistress who was a potential threat to her family's reputation and finances. She would see Amanda not as a romantic rival, but as a liability to be eliminated. Leo was the last piece of the puzzle. He was all about emotion and authenticity. The truth would be what destroyed his fantasy. I found a mutual acquaintance on his social media, another artist in the local scene. Through another anonymous account, I sent her a message. I think Leo should know the truth about his new muse, Amanda. She's not who he thinks she is. I attached the screenshots of Amanda mocking his art, calling him pathetic, and laughing about their supposed spiritual connection. I knew the art community was small and gossipy. The information would find its way to him. With all the seeds planted, all I had to do was wait. I spent the next week working, hitting the gym, and methodically removing every trace of Amanda from my house. I packed up her clothes, her books, her little trinkets, and put them all in storage. I changed the Wi-Fi password. I blocked her on my phone and all social media. I was creating a clean slate. The first sign that my plan was working came about 10 days later. I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was Amanda. Why is Derek not answering my calls? Did you say something to him? I didn't reply. A few days after that, another text. My freelance contract with Julian's firm was terminated. What did you do? Still, I said nothing. Her confident smirk was starting to crack. She had no idea that her carefully curated options were all about to evaporate, leaving her completely and utterly alone. The real storm hadn't even hit yet. Final update, it's done. I'm sitting on my back deck, watching the sunset. The house is quiet, and for the first time in a month, it feels like my own again. The last 2 weeks have been a whirlwind, but not for me. For Amanda, it's been a complete and total collapse. After I planted the seeds of truth with her 3 boyfriends, I just sat back and watched. I didn't have to do anything else. Amanda's own character and the predictable reactions of the men she'd chosen did all the work for me. The first one to officially bail was Derek, the gym trainer. His friend showed him the texts. The idea that a woman was calling him a dumb toy while he thought he was the prize was too much for his ego. He apparently confronted Amanda in the middle of the gym, in front of everyone, yelling at her for playing him. He made a huge scene, called her a liar, and told her to lose his number before storming off to lift something heavy. Amanda was publicly humiliated. Her first safety net was gone. Next was Leo, the artist. The gossip spread through the art scene like wildfire. He got the screenshots and was, according to the mutual acquaintance, completely heartbroken. He believed they had a special connection. To find out she was mocking him and his passion behind his back destroyed his romantic fantasy. He sent her a long, rambling email about truth and betrayal, wished her well, and then blocked her on everything. He was too sensitive for her games. Safety net number 2? Gone. The final and most spectacular implosion was Julian, the married partner. His wife received my anonymous package. She didn't confront him with tears and accusations. She was far more dangerous than that. I found out later she hired her own private investigator after getting the package. It only took him a day to confirm everything. She was a silent operator. She called her lawyers, her father, and the other partners at Julian's firm. Within 48 hours, Julian was facing a full-blown crisis. His wife was filing for divorce and threatening to expose his financial indiscretions to the board. The firm's partners, fearing a scandal, put him on an immediate leave of absence. Julian, in a complete panic, cut Amanda off completely. He saw her as the source of all his problems. He had his lawyer send her a cease and desist letter, warning her to never contact him again. He even offered her a one-time payment of $5,000 for her silence, which she was apparently desperate enough to accept. Her golden parachute had turned into a lead balloon. Safety net number 3, vaporized. This all happened over the course of about a week. I knew it was working because the texts from Amanda started coming in, fast and furious. They went from angry and accusatory to confused and panicked, and finally, to utterly desperate. She had nowhere to go. The friend she was staying with had kicked her out after Amanda couldn't pay her share of the rent. I heard she tried calling her parents, but they told her she'd made her bed and it was time to lie in it. She had no job, no income, and 3 men who now wanted nothing to do with her. The final confrontation happened last night. There was a knock on my door. It was her. The confident smirk was long gone. She looked exhausted, Her eyes were red and puffy, and she was visibly pregnant now. She looked like a ship that had been wrecked at sea. She started crying the moment I opened the door. She was sorry. She'd made a terrible mistake. She didn't know what she was thinking. She'd been confused. It was the classic non-apology apology. "I have nowhere else to go," she sobbed. "I'm scared. Can I please just come home?" I didn't invite her in. I just stood in the doorway. "Home?" I asked. "This isn't your home anymore, Amanda. You made that clear." "But the baby," she pleaded. "What am I gonna do?" "I don't know," I told her. "You told me I wasn't the father. I believe you. Who is the father?" "I don't know for sure," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It could be any of them. But none of them want anything to do with me. They all hate me." "Yes, they do," I said. "And do you know why?" She just shook her head, tears streaming down her face. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I stepped back into the house and came back with a single manila folder. I opened it and showed her the contents. Printouts of her texts, the screenshots I'd sent, the anonymous emails, a timeline of her lies. "They hate you because I showed them the real you, Amanda," I explained, keeping my voice completely flat. "I didn't lie. I didn't invent anything. I just gave them the truth. The things you said, the way you used them, the way you used me. They didn't leave you because of me. They left because of you." She stared at the papers, her face a mask of horror. The reality of what I had done, of how completely I had outmaneuvered her, finally sank in. She had thought she was the player, but she had been a pawn in a game she didn't even know we were playing. "You destroyed my life," she whispered. "No," I said, closing the folder. "You destroyed your life. I just turned on the lights so everyone could see you do it." I had already talked to a lawyer. He had drafted an agreement. I went back inside and got it, along with a pen and a cashier's check for $10,000. "This is a one-time payment," I told her, holding out the documents. "It's more than you deserve, but it will help you get on your feet. In exchange, you sign this. It says our relationship is over. You will remove your remaining things from storage within 30 days, and you will never contact me again for any reason. It also states, for the record, that you acknowledge I am not the biological father of your child, and have no legal or financial responsibility for it." She looked from the check to the papers to my face, searching for something. Pity? Remorse? There was nothing there for her. She had burned that bridge, and the one before it, and the one before that. She was on an island of her own making. She took the pen, her hand shaking, and signed the papers. I gave her the check. "Goodbye, Amanda," I said, and I closed the door. I watched through the peephole as she stood on my porch for a long time, just staring at the check in her hand. The confident, smirking woman who had walked out a month ago was gone forever. In her place was a person who had finally been forced to face the consequences of her own actions. I don't know what will happen to her, and honestly, I don't care. My revenge wasn't about destroying her. It was about reclaiming my life and my dignity. It was about showing her that the quiet, simple man she so casually discarded was smarter, stronger, and far more capable than she ever imagined. And as I turned away from the door and walked back into my quiet, peaceful house, I knew one thing for sure. I had won. My fiancé announced, "My ex is my man of honor at our wedding, or there's no wedding." I calmly said, "Your choice." Then I canceled the venue, refunded the guests, and sent her a bill for my half. When her ex found out he'd be paying for the wedding instead, Original post I, 32 male, was supposed to get married in 6 weeks, was, past tense. Been with Jessica, 29, for 4 years, engaged for 1. Wedding planning had been going smoothly. Venue booked, catering sorted, invitations sent. We'd already dropped about $28,000 total, split roughly down the middle. Last Tuesday, Jessica sat me down with what she called something important to discuss. She had this serious look on her face like she was about to tell me someone died. "Derek needs to be my man of honor." Derek. Her ex-boyfriend from college. The guy she dated for 3 years before we met. The one who remained such a good friend that he's at every birthday party, every holiday gathering, every random Tuesday night when she needs someone to talk to about her work drama. "Your ex-boyfriend," I said slowly. "You want your ex-boyfriend standing next to you at our wedding." "He's my best friend, Tom. You know this. We've been through everything together." Everything, including a 3-year relationship that ended because he cheated on you with your roommate? She waved that off like it was ancient history. That was 7 years ago. We've both grown. He's changed, and he's been there for me through so much. I sat back, took a breath. Jess, I've been patient about Derek. I've been cool with the friendship even though it makes me uncomfortable, but standing up at our wedding, that's a different level. Her face hardened. This is non-negotiable, Tom. Either Derek is my man of honor, or there's no wedding. The silence stretched between us. She was actually serious. After 4 years together, after all the planning, after the deposits and invitations, she was willing to throw it all away if her ex couldn't stand next to her while we exchanged vows. Your choice, I said quietly. She blinked. What? You heard me. Your choice. Derek as man of honor or no wedding. You decide. I already told you my decision. Okay then. I stood up. No wedding it is. Tom, wait, you're being ridiculous. You're really going to cancel our wedding over this? I'm not canceling anything. You just did. You said no, Derek, no wedding. I said no, Derek, so according to your ultimatum, we're done here. I walked out, went straight to my home office and got to work. Update 1. 3 days later. The thing about ultimatums is that people who make them never expect you to actually accept the consequences. Jessica tried calling me that night, 12 times. I didn't answer. I was too busy sending emails. First, the venue. We'd booked this beautiful historic mansion. The coordinator was surprisingly understanding when I explained the situation. Since we were outside the 30-day window, they could refund 60% of our deposit. Not great, but better than nothing. Next, the caterer. Similar deal, partial refund, about 50% back. The photographer was cool about it. Full refund minus a small processing fee. The band had a strict no-refund policy, but they offered to honor the booking for a future date if needed. I told them to keep it open. By 2 a.m., I'd contacted every vendor. Then came the hard part, the guests. I drafted an email. Dear friends and family, due to irreconcilable differences that have recently come to light, Jessica and I have decided to cancel our upcoming wedding. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. If you've already made travel arrangements, please contact me directly, and I'll do my best to help offset any non-refundable costs. Thank you for your understanding. Tom. Sent it to all 150 guests on our list. Then I did the math. Total spent, $28,000. My contribution, $14,000. Recoverable, $8,500. My loss, $5,500. I screenshotted every cancellation confirmation, every refund receipt, everything. The next morning, Jessica showed up at my apartment. I'd been expecting this. She had a key, but I'd installed a door chain the night before. Tom, what did you do? Canceled the wedding, as we agreed. I got calls from my cousins. My mom is freaking out. You told everyone we're not getting married? We're not. You made that clear. Derek or no wedding, remember? I didn't mean, I was just trying to make you understand how important this is to me. And I understood perfectly. You prioritized your ex being in our wedding over the actual wedding happening. Message received. You're twisting everything. Derek is just a friend. A friend you'd cancel our wedding over, apparently. She started crying then, not the pretty, delicate tears, the ugly, snotty, desperate kind. Please, Tom, we can talk about this. Maybe Derek doesn't have to be man of honor, maybe just a regular groomsman? Oh, so now it's negotiable? Interesting. 24 hours ago it was your hill to die on. I was emotional. You know how I get. Yeah, I do. You make ultimatums expecting me to cave. Not this time. So that's it? 4 years just gone. I pulled out my phone and showed her the spreadsheet I'd made. Here's the bill. Your half of the cancellation losses comes to $5,500. I'll need that within 30 days. Her face went from sad to furious in about 2 seconds. You want me to pay you? We both lost deposits. I'm not eating your half because you decided your ex was more important than our marriage. This is insane. I'm not paying you anything. Then I'll take you to small claims court. I have all the receipts, the cancellation confirmations, and about 15 text messages where you acknowledge we were splitting wedding costs equally. She stared at me like she'd never seen me before. You're serious. Dead serious. You made your choice. These are the consequences. She left, slamming the door so hard the chain rattled. Update 2, 1 week later. The entitlement escalation was swift and spectacular. First, Jessica's mom, Linda, called. I actually liked Linda before this. She'd always been reasonable. Not anymore. Tom, sweetheart, Jessica explained everything. This is all a big misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, Linda. Jessica said Derek had to be man of honor or no wedding. I chose no wedding. But you know how girls are about their weddings. She just wants her best friend there. Her best friend who she used to sleep with. That's ancient history. You're being insecure and controlling. Ah, there it was. The narrative had been established. I was the controlling boyfriend who couldn't handle his fiancée having male friends. Linda, she made an ultimatum. I accepted it. End of story. You're destroying her. She's been crying for days. Fix this. She can fix it herself by paying her half of the cancellation fees. Linda hung up on me. Then came the social media assault. Jessica posted this long, dramatic thing about how some people can't handle strong women with male friends, and how jealousy and insecurity destroy beautiful things. Her friends rallied around her immediately. My phone started blowing up with messages from mutual friends asking what happened. I posted nothing. Just sent the same response to anyone who asked. Jessica demanded her ex-boyfriend be her man of honor. I disagreed. She said it was that or no wedding. I accepted no wedding. Most people got it immediately. A few tried to argue that I was being unreasonable. I stopped responding to those. But here's where it gets good. Derek reached out, not a call or text. This man showed up at my office. Security called up to ask if I was expecting him. I was curious, so I said yes. He strutted in like he owned the place. Derek's one of those guys who peaked in college, still wearing his fraternity ring at 30, still talking about his glory days as quarterback. We're mad. We need to talk, man to man. We really don't. Look, I get it. You feel threatened, but Jess and I are just friends. Nothing's gonna happen at the wedding. There is no wedding. Come on, don't be like that. You're really gonna throw away what you have with her over pride? Pride? She literally chose you over our marriage. She chose friendship. That's what mature people do. I laughed. Actually laughed. Mature people don't demand their exes stand next to them at their wedding. You're being pathetic, dude. Man up and let her have this. Let me explain something, Derek. There's no wedding. It's canceled. Vendors notified, guests informed, deposits lost. It's done. His face changed then. Wait, you actually canceled everything? Yep. But she said you were just being dramatic, that you'd come around. She thought wrong. The deposits, how much did you lose? About 11 grand total. I'm billing Jessica for her half. Derek went pale. Her half? She has to pay that? Why do you care? He didn't answer, but I could see the wheels turning. Then it clicked. Oh my God, she already asked you for the money, didn't she? His silence was all the confirmation I needed. That's amazing. She wants you there so badly that she's asking you to pay for the privilege. How much did she ask for? That's none of your. 5 grand? 6? He stood up abruptly. You're a real piece of work, man. She deserves better. Then she should marry you. Oh wait, she already tried that and you cheated on her. He left without another word. Update 3. 2 weeks later. The Derek situation exploded exactly how you'd expect. Jessica called me screaming. Actually screaming. I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You told Derek about the money? I didn't tell him anything. He figured it out when he realized there were actual financial consequences to your ultimatum. He's saying he can't help with the wedding costs. He was going to help me pay my half. I nearly choked on my coffee. Wait. You expected Derek, you're just a friend, ex-boyfriend, to pay for half of our canceled wedding? He offered to help. He felt bad about the situation. The situation you created by demanding he be your man of honor? You're the one who canceled everything after you said it was him or no wedding. Jesus, Jess, do you even hear yourself? This is all your fault. If you just accepted Derek. If I'd accepted Derek standing next to you at our wedding, what would have been next? Derek coming on our honeymoon as your emotional support friend? Derek moving into our guest room when he has relationship troubles? Where exactly was the line going to be? Silence. Then, quietly, you don't understand our friendship. You're right. I don't understand being so committed to an ex that you'd throw away your future marriage for him. I wasn't throwing it away. I just wanted... You wanted to have your cake and eat it too. You wanted me to be the stable, reliable guy who pays half the bills and Derek to be... What? Your backup plan? Your emotional affair partner? How dare you? Pay me my money, Jessica. You have 2 weeks left. I hung up. The next day I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was Derek's girlfriend, Ashley. Yeah, Derek had a girlfriend this whole time. Is this Tom? Yeah. I'm Ashley, Derek's, ex-girlfriend now. I wanted to thank you. Thank me? I've been suspicious about him and Jessica for months. When he came home ranting about wedding deposits and how you were being unreasonable, I made him show me his texts with her. And? Let's just say they weren't appropriate for just friends. I dumped him on the spot. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Don't be. You did me a favor. Also, thought you should know, Jessica's been telling people you were abusive and controlling throughout your relationship. Derek's been backing her up, saying you isolated her from her friends. Of course she has. I'm happy to set the record straight if you need me to. I have screenshots of their texts. Nothing explicitly sexual, but definitely emotional affair territory. I appreciate that, but I'm good. Let them tell whatever story they want. People who matter know the truth. Ashley laughed. You're handling this better than I would. I'm just tired. 4 years of competing with her ex-boyfriend was enough. For what it's worth, you dodged a bullet. Any woman who needs her ex that badly has issues. Update 4. 3 weeks later. Jessica's final attempt at manipulation came through her dad, Robert. Robert and I had always gotten along. We'd watch football together. He'd help me fix my car a couple times. Solid guy. So when he called, I answered. Tom, can we grab a beer? Just want to talk. We met at a sports bar downtown. He looked tired. I'm not here to change your mind, he started. I just want to understand what happened. I told him everything. The ultimatum, Derek as man of honor, the cancellation, the money. He listened, ordered another beer and sighed. She gets this from her mother, he said finally. The ultimatums, the dramatics. Linda pulled the same crap with me for years. Really? Oh yeah. Either we buy the house I want, or I'm moving back to my mother's. Either your brother stops coming to Thanksgiving, or I'm not cooking. Always something. How'd you handle it? Poorly. Gave in every time. Enabled it. And now look, Jessica thinks that's how relationships work. We sat in silence for a moment. The Derek thing, Robert continued. I never liked it. Told both Linda and Jessica it was inappropriate. Got overruled. You knew about him being man of honor? Found out last month. Told Jessica it was a bad idea. She said you were fine with it. She lied. Yeah, I figured that out when you canceled everything. He pulled out his wallet. How much does she owe you? Robert, no. How much? $5,500. He wrote me a check on the spot. That's between you and her, I said. No, it's between me and her now. She can pay me back. Or not. Frankly, I'm tired of cleaning up her messes, but this one's on me for not teaching her better. This feels wrong. Take the money, Tom. Consider it an apology from the family for wasting 4 years of your life. I took the check. For what it's worth, Robert said as we left, I think you would have been good for her. Maybe this'll be the wake-up call she needs. Maybe, but I doubted it. Final update, 6 weeks later. The wedding date came and went. I spent it fishing with my brother. Peaceful day, no drama. Perfect. Jessica tried one last Hail Mary the night before what would have been our wedding. Showed up at my door at 11 p.m., dressed in the little black dress I'd bought her for her birthday. The one she knew I loved. I didn't remove the door chain. Tomorrow was supposed to be our day, she said softly. Yeah, well, I made a mistake. Several, actually. Derek and I aren't even friends anymore. Ashley told him to choose between me and her. He chose her. Good for them. I lost you. I lost my best friend. I lost everything. You didn't lose anything, Jess. You threw it all away. Can't we just... You don't even want to hear me out? There's nothing to hear. You made it crystal clear where your priorities were. Derek meant more to you than our marriage. That's not something you come back from. I was confused. I had feelings I didn't understand. There it was. Finally, the truth. So you did have feelings for him. Her silence said everything. Go home, Jessica. Tom, please, go home. She left. I watched from my window as she sat in her car for 20 minutes before finally driving away. The aftermath, Derek and Ashley apparently worked things out. Good for them, I guess. She's a stronger person than me. Jessica moved back in with her parents temporarily. Robert told me she's in therapy now, working on boundary issues and emotional dependency. Maybe she'll figure it out, maybe not. Not my problem anymore. Linda still thinks I'm the villain. Posted some passive-aggressive thing about men who can't handle strong women on Facebook. I blocked her. My boys threw me an unwedding party on what would have been the reception date. We went paintballing, ate too much barbecue, and nobody mentioned Jessica once. It was perfect. I kept the engagement ring, sold it last week, used the money for a solo trip to Iceland I'd always wanted to take. Posted one photo of the Northern Lights. Jessica viewed my Instagram story within minutes, still checking up on me, I guess. People ask if I regret it. If I should have just let Derek be in the wedding party to keep the peace. Hell no. The second she made that ultimatum, she showed me who she really was. Someone who'd hold our entire relationship hostage to keep her ex in her life. Someone who'd rather lose me than set a simple boundary with Derek. The wedding would have been beautiful. The marriage would have been a disaster. I saved myself years of competing with a ghost, of wondering what was really going on during their friend hangouts, of being the third wheel in my own relationship. The $500? Worth every penny for the lesson learned. When someone shows you their priorities, believe them the first time. And when they make an ultimatum thinking you'll cave, call their bluff and walk away with your dignity intact. My girlfriend said, "You read too much. It's nerdy and unattractive." I smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Then I stopped helping her with her master's thesis she'd been struggling with for months. Her panic when the deadline approached and she couldn't find the answers. Original post, I, 31 male, should probably start by saying, I've always been the bookish type. Got my master's in literature 5 years ago. Work as a technical writer for a software company. Not exactly exciting stuff, but it pays well, and I genuinely enjoy dissecting complex information and making it accessible. My girlfriend Melissa, 29, and I have been together for almost 3 years, living together for the last 18 months. She's in her final year of a master's program in public health administration. When we first met, she said she loved how intellectual I was. Funny how things change. For the past 8 months, I've basically been her unpaid research assistant. Every evening after work, I'd help her understand journal articles, structure arguments, find sources. Her thesis on healthcare accessibility in rural communities, I'd spent probably 200+ hours helping her with research methodology, data interpretation, statistical analysis. Not complaining. That's what partners do, right? 2 weeks ago, we were at her friend Natalie's engagement party. Group of people chatting. Someone mentioned the new bookstore opening downtown. I got excited, started talking about this biography I'd been reading about Jonas Salk. Melissa laughed. Not with me, at me. God, Derek reads everything. It's honestly kind of nerdy and unattractive. Like, we get it, you're smart. The whole group went quiet. Natalie tried to change the subject, but the damage was done. I just smiled and said, I'll keep that in mind. On the drive home, I brought it up. That was pretty harsh back there. She rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, don't be so sensitive. It was just a joke. Calling me unattractive in front of your friends is a joke? Derek, you know what I mean. Sometimes you go overboard with the book stuff. It's just a lot. People think you're showing off. So my interests embarrass you? That's not what I said. God, why do you have to analyze everything? See, this is what I mean. Not everything needs to be some deep discussion. Cool. Message received. That night, she asked me to look over her methodology chapter. 20 pages of dense academic writing that needed serious restructuring. Can't tonight, I said. Gonna watch the game. She looked confused. But it's due to my advisor on Monday. Sure, you'll figure it out. And that's where my new policy began. Complete cessation of all academic support. No more late-night editing sessions. No more hunting down obscure sources. No more explaining statistical concepts she should have learned in her research methods course. She's tried asking a few times since, hey, can you just quickly read this section? Or what's that website you use for peer-reviewed articles? My response? Sorry, too busy being nerdy and unattractive over here. The thesis is due in 6 weeks. From what I can tell, she's maybe 60% done, and what she has needs major revisions. The methodology is weak, her literature review is missing key studies, and her data analysis is, well, it's not good. Last night, she was crying at the kitchen table, surrounded by printed articles. I made myself a sandwich, grabbed my book, and went to the bedroom. "Aren't you gonna help me?" she called out. "With what?" "My thesis. I'm drowning here." "Thought you didn't like nerdy. I'm just respecting your preferences." "Am I being petty?" "Absolutely. Do I care?" "Not really. You can't have it both ways. You can't publicly mock the very qualities you privately exploit." Update 1. The entitlement has entered the atmosphere, folks. After my post, I stuck to my guns. Complete academic embargo. Melissa's been scrambling, and it's been illuminating. First, she tried the sweet approach. Made my favorite dinner, first time in months, BW. Wore that dress I like, kept mentioning how brilliant I am. When I didn't bite, she switched tactics. "Derek, I need the login for the university library database." "Don't have it anymore." "What? Yes, you do. You used it last month. That was your login, remember? You gave it to me to help with your research." Her face went white. She'd been using my alumni access because she'd forgotten her password months ago and never bothered resetting it since I always did the searching. Then came the guilt trips. Her mom called me yesterday. Diana called me. "Derek, honey, Melissa's really struggling. She says you're refusing to help with her education?" "Diana, did she mention why I stopped helping?" "She said you had a small disagreement. She publicly called me unattractive and nerdy for reading books, the same books and knowledge she's been using for her thesis." Long pause. "Oh. She didn't mention that part. Shocking." But here's where it gets really good. Thursday night, Melissa had her study group over. 4 people from her program, including this guy Terrence, who she's mentioned has a genius-level IQ, his words apparently. "I'm in the living room reading when I hear them in the dining room." So for the statistical analysis section, I need to show correlation between rural hospital closures and mortality rates. Just run a basic regression analysis. Right, but how do I account for confounding variables? Silence. Another girl, Jade. Maybe check if there's existing research. I have the research. I need to know how to interpret it. More silence. Your boyfriend's good with this stuff, right? Where is he? Melissa, loud enough for me to hear. He's being difficult lately. I walked through to get water, smiled at everyone. Terrence tried to flag me down. Hey man, quick question about standard deviation. Sorry, can't help. Melissa thinks academic discussions are nerdy and unattractive. I'm trying to be less of that. Dead. Silence. Jade actually smirked. Terrence looked confused. Melissa looked murderous. After they left, she exploded. That was humiliating. Now you know how I felt at Natalie's party. That's different. I didn't embarrass you in front of people working on your career. No, just in front of our entire social circle. Derek, I need to pass this thesis. My entire degree depends on it. Then maybe you should have thought about that before mocking the person helping you. So you're really going to let me fail? I'm not doing anything. Your success or failure is entirely in your hands. You know, like how it should have been from the start. She slept on the couch. Yesterday morning, I found her surrounded by textbooks, laptop open to a YouTube video titled Understanding Statistical Analysis for Beginners. The video was 3 hours long. She was 12 minutes in and already looked lost. 5 weeks until submission. Update 2. The desperation has reached critical mass, and she's pulled out every manipulation tactic in the handbook. Last week, after her study group humiliation, Melissa went nuclear on social media. Posted this vague nonsense on Instagram. When someone you trust abandons you in your darkest hour. Chash, real love is support struggling. Her friends flooded the comments with hearts and, "What happened, hun? And here if you need to talk." She didn't mention, of course, why I stopped helping. Then Natalie called me. Remember Natalie? The one whose engagement party started this whole thing. "Derek, what's going on? Melissa's saying you're sabotaging her degree?" I stopped doing her homework for her. If that's sabotage, then sure. She says you're withholding research materials? I laughed. I'm withholding my brain, Natalie. The same brain she called nerdy and unattractive at your party. You were there. Oh, right, that was messed up. Yet you're calling me about her crisis? She's really freaking out, Derek. She might not graduate. Then she should probably stop posting on Instagram and start actually working on her thesis. But the real kicker came 3 days ago. I came home from work to find Melissa's thesis advisor, Dr. Harrison, sitting in our living room with Melissa. Ambush meeting. Derek, Melissa says you've been helping with her research. I was helping, past tense. She's struggling with the statistical analysis portion. She mentioned you have expertise in this area. Me, I do. Would you consider reviewing her work? Not doing it for her, just guidance? I looked at Melissa. She had this smug little smile like she'd found a loophole. Dr. Harrison, with all due respect, isn't the thesis supposed to represent the student's own work and understanding? Well, yes, but collaboration is encouraged. Has Melissa explained why I stopped collaborating? Melissa, quickly, that's personal. She publicly mocked me for being too intellectual, called my interest in reading nerdy and unattractive, then expected me to continue using that same intellect to help her graduate. Dr. Harrison's eyebrows shot up. He turned to Melissa. Is this true? Melissa, it was taken out of context. There's no context where calling your partner unattractive in public is acceptable, especially when you're simultaneously relying on them for academic support. Harrison stood up, looked deeply uncomfortable. Dr. Harrison to Melissa, I think you need to sort this out on your own, and I'll be reviewing your work very carefully to ensure it's your own. After he left, Melissa lost it. You just made me look like a cheater to my advisor. No, you made yourself look like one. How much of your previous work was actually yours? She couldn't answer that. Yesterday, she tried a new approach. Tears. Full-on breakdowns, sobbing. I'm going to fail. 3 years of my life wasted. Student loans for nothing. You have 3 weeks. That's plenty of time if you actually work instead of scheming to get me to do it. I don't understand the material. YouTube University is free. So is the library. Your classmates seem willing to study together. They think I'm an idiot now. No, they think you're someone who relied too heavily on her boyfriend. Prove them wrong. How can you be so cold? You said you loved me. I do love you, but I don't love being disrespected and used. Then she played the ace card. If I fail, I can't get a job. I'll have to move back with my parents. We'll have to break up. I shrugged. That's your choice. You created this situation. She stared at me like I was a stranger. Last night, I heard her on the phone with her mom, crying about how I'm emotionally abusive and controlling her future. Rich, coming from someone who's been using me as her personal thesis ghostwriter. But here's the thing. I found out from a mutual friend that Terrence, Mr. Genius IQ, offered to help her with the statistics. She turned him down because his methods are too complicated. Translation. She'd actually have to understand them instead of just copying my work. 3 weeks left. She's panic-bought 6 books on statistical analysis and research methods. They're still in the Amazon boxes. Meanwhile, I just finished an excellent biography of Marie Curie in front of her while she was crying over her laptop. Petty? Maybe. Satisfying? Absolutely. Update 3. The extinction burst. Wait, no. Let me use different words. The complete meltdown has arrived and it brought friends. 5 days ago, Melissa's parents showed up, unannounced. Dennis and Diana, in all their glory, standing at our door at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. Dennis, we need to talk about this situation. Me, coffee first, then talk. We sat in the living room. Melissa had clearly prepped them with her version. Diana, Derek, honey, we've always thought of you as family. Appreciated, which is why we're confused about your behavior. Melissa's entire future is at stake. Her future was never my responsibility. But partners support each other. I did support her. For 8 months, until she publicly humiliated me for the very traits she was exploiting. She made a mistake. She made a choice, and choices have consequences. Diana tried another angle. Derek, you know Melissa has anxiety. The pressure makes her say things she doesn't mean. Anxiety doesn't make you call someone unattractive. That's just cruelty. They exchanged glances. Then Dennis pulled out his checkbook. I kid you not, a literal checkbook. Dennis, what would it take for you to help her finish? I actually laughed. Are you trying to pay me to do your daughter's homework? It's not like that. It's exactly like that. And the answer is no, not for any amount. Melissa walked in then, saw the checkbook, and her face went red. Dad, I told you not to. Your future is worth more than pride, sweetheart. That's when it clicked for me. This wasn't new. They'd been buying her way through challenges her whole life. Have you two always done this? Paid people to solve her problems? Silence. Me, holy you have? Who'd you pay in undergrad? Writing tutors? TAs? Melissa, that's not relevant. It's completely relevant. You've never actually done your own work, have you? She stormed out. Her parents left shortly after, Dennis muttering about young people's pride and Diana giving me a disappointed look. But it got worse. 3 days ago, I got a call from my mom. Derek, what's this I hear about you not helping Melissa? How do you even know about this? Diana called me, said you're being stubborn. Me mom, she called me unattractive for reading books. Oh honey, people say silly things. Would you stay with Dad if he publicly mocked you? Long pause. No, I wouldn't. Then please don't ask me to accept it. You're right, I'm sorry. Diana made it sound different. Meanwhile, Melissa had hired an emergency tutor. Some grad student charging $50 an hour to basically write her analysis section. I found out because she used our shared credit card. I didn't cancel the payment, but I did screenshot it. Evidence is always useful. Yesterday was the peak. I came home to find her laptop smashed on the floor. Me, Melissa, I crashed. The whole thing is gone. Me, your thesis? Everything. 3 weeks of work. Me, backups? Her face went white. I thought it auto-saved to the cloud. You didn't manually back up your thesis? At all? She started sobbing. Like full body can't breathe sobbing. Please, Derek. Please. I know I hurt you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I need help. I can't recreate 3 weeks of work in 5 days. 3 weeks of work or 3 weeks of the tutor's work? She looked up, mascara everywhere. Does it matter? Yeah, it does. I went to my desk, pulled out a USB drive, and handed it to her. Me, I backed up your laptop 2 weeks ago when I was doing general maintenance. Your files should be there, including whatever work you actually did yourself. She grabbed it like a lifeline. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Me, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because I'm not cruel. But this doesn't change anything between us. She plugged in the drive, found her files. Then realized something. Melissa, this is from 2 weeks ago. I've done so much since then. Me, then you should have backed it up. She looked at the screen, then at me. The tutor's work, it's all gone. Guess you'll have to write it yourself. Novel concept, I know. She didn't sleep that night, or the next. I can hear her typing, crying, consuming unhealthy amounts of energy drinks. Terrence came by to help, but she kept snapping at him because she didn't understand his explanations. 48 hours until submission. Her mom texted me this morning. I hope you're happy. You've destroyed my daughter. I texted back. No, I gave her the opportunity to build herself. Then I blocked her number. Currently reading a fascinating book about the history of cryptography. Might leave it on the kitchen counter. You know, just to be nerdy and unattractive. Final update, the thesis deadline was last Monday. I watched Melissa submit it at 11:47 p.m., 13 minutes before the cutoff. She looked like she'd aged 5 years and 5 days. What she submitted was, well, it was something. She'd managed to recreate about 70% of what the tutor had done, but without understanding it. The analysis section was a mess of incorrectly applied formulas and misinterpreted data. Her conclusions didn't match her results. It was, to use technical writing terms, a disaster. She knew it too. After hitting submit, she just sat there staring at the screen. It's garbage, she said quietly. I didn't respond. What was there to say? The next morning, she started packing. No drama, no big announcement, just quietly putting her things in boxes. I'm moving back with my parents, she said. Okay. I'll fail the thesis, have to retake the course, another semester of fees. Okay. She stopped packing, looked at me. You really don't care? I cared for 2.5 years. You killed that in one sentence at a party. She nodded, continued packing. The results came back yesterday. She forwarded me the email. I don't know why. Maybe she wanted me to see the consequences. 47%. Fail. Comments from Dr. Harrison were brutal. Fundamental misunderstanding of statistical methodology. Literature review lacks critical sources. Data analysis contains multiple errors in calculation and interpretation. Conclusions unsupported by evidence presented. This work does not meet master's level requirements. But the real kicker was the final note. Ms. Rodriguez, I am concerned about the significant decline in quality from your previous submissions. Please schedule a meeting to discuss academic integrity policies. Translation: he knows she didn't write her previous work. Her mom called me from Melissa's phone one last time. Diana, she's devastated. Won't eat, won't leave her room. She'll figure it out. How can you be so heartless? Me, the same way she was when she called me unattractive for being smart. That was words. This is her life. Words have power, Diana. She used hers to hurt me. Now she's facing the consequences. She has to take out more loans, another semester of school. She might lose her job offer. Me, all of that is her responsibility, not mine. You could have prevented this. Me, no, she could have prevented this. By doing her own work, by not insulting me, by being a partner instead of a parasite. She hung up. I found out from mutual friends what happened next. Melissa had to explain to her potential employer why she wouldn't be graduating on time. They withdrew the offer. She's now looking at entry-level positions that don't require a master's, making about 40% less than she would have. Her dad apparently offered to pay for a professional to do her thesis rewrite. The university requires all resubmissions to go through plagiarism detection and an oral defense now. She can't fake that. Some of our friend group reached out, trying to get the full story. When I explained what happened, starting with the public humiliation, most were shocked. Natalie admitted she'd been uncomfortable that night but didn't want to interfere. She always talked about how smart you were, Natalie said. It was weird hearing her flip like that. Terrence surprisingly reached out too. Bro, I didn't know she was using you like that. I offered to help because I thought she was struggling alone. She literally couldn't explain her own thesis to me. It was all your work, wasn't it? Most of it, yeah. That's messed up. And the whole nerdy thing? Man, being smart isn't unattractive. She was just insecure. Plot twist. He asked for book recommendations. Sent him some sci-fi. We might actually become friends. As for me, I'm doing okay. The apartment feels bigger without her anxiety filling every corner. I joined a book club that meets at that new bookstore downtown. Met some genuinely interesting people who don't think reading is nerdy and unattractive. There's this woman Sarah in the group, working on her PhD in philosophy. When I mentioned being into technical writing, she asked if I could recommend some books on making complex ideas accessible. We've had coffee twice. She's brilliant and actually appreciates intellectual conversation. I'm not rushing into anything. Still processing the last 3 years. But it's nice talking to someone who doesn't see intelligence as a character flaw or a resource to exploit. Melissa texted me once more, last night. I understand if you hate me, but I wanted you to know, you were right. I never appreciated what you brought to my life until it was gone. I'm sorry for everything. I didn't respond. There's nothing left to say. She has to retake the entire thesis course. 6 more months, minimum. Her parents are paying, but they made her get a job to cover living expenses. She's working retail while trying to rewrite a thesis she never understood in the first place. Someone asked if I feel guilty. I don't. I feel free. Free from being someone's secret homework service. Free from being mocked for the very qualities they depended on. Free from the exhausting cycle of being used while being simultaneously disrespected. The books I read aren't nerdy and unattractive. They're windows into different worlds, different ideas, different possibilities. If someone can't see that, can't appreciate that, then they don't deserve to benefit from it. Lesson learned. When someone shows you who they are, someone who mocks your passions publicly while exploiting them privately, believe them the first time, and never, ever do their homework for them. She screamed, "You're such a loser. I should have dated your brother instead." During a fight, I said, "Let me help you with that." I called my brother right there. What he told her about me left her speechless and single. I, 32 male, been with Ashley, 29, for 3 years, living together for 1. Thought we were solid until last Tuesday when everything exploded over. Wait for it, me not wanting to lease a BMW. Yeah, a car payment ended our relationship. Started simple enough. She'd been dropping hints about upgrading our lifestyle for months. Her Instagram feed was full of influencer lifestyle content, and apparently our Honda Accord wasn't cutting it anymore. "Babe, everyone at my firm drives something nicer. It's embarrassing pulling up in that." "The Honda's paid off and runs perfect," I said. "That's such loser mentality. You make good money but live like you're broke." I'm a software developer, make decent money, but I invest most of it. Early retirement's the goal, not impressing Ashley's coworkers. The fight escalated. She brought up everything. My boring wardrobe, jeans and polos, my cheap hobbies, gaming and reading, my pathetic lack of ambition, not wanting to job hop for 10% raises. Then she dropped the bomb. You're such a loser. Your brother Dylan would never live like this. God, I should have dated him instead. At least he knows how to live. My brother Dylan, the investment banker, the one with the Porsche and the penthouse, the one Ashley always got weird and giggly around at family dinners. Something in me just shifted. Wasn't even angry. Just done. You know what? Let me help you with that. Pulled out my phone, FaceTimed Dylan. He answered on the second ring. Hey bro, what's up? Hey Dylan, you're on speaker. Ashley here has something to tell you. Ashley's face went from angry to confused to pale. Hey Ashley, Dylan said. She was just telling me she should have dated you instead. Thinks I'm a loser. What do you think? Want to trade? Dylan laughed, not a polite laugh. Full belly laugh. Ash, you serious right now? She stammered. We were fighting and… Nah, let me tell you something about my loser brother, Dylan said. You know why I drive a Porsche? Because I'm drowning in debt trying to look successful. You know why James drives a Honda? Because he owns it, and the house you're living in, and about $500,000 in index funds. Ashley's mouth opened. Nothing came out. That boring job he won't leave? He's got more stock options than my salary. Those cheap hobbies? Dude's been mining crypto since 2015. Still has most of it. What? But here's the best part, Dylan continued. Remember last year when I had that business trip for 3 months? I was in rehab, cocaine, because keeping up appearances nearly killed me. James paid for it. Whole thing. Never asked for a penny back. I hadn't planned on that coming out, Dylan continued. So yeah, Ashley, you can totally date me instead. I'm sure you'll love the $200K in student loans, the leased car, and the apartment I can barely afford. Oh, and I'm about 3 months behind on that lease actually. James, can you spot me again? We'll talk later, I said quietly. Ashley, you still there? Dylan asked. Because if you really think my brother's a loser, you're too stupid to date either of us. He hung up. Ashley stood there, face cycling through emotions like a broken slot machine. You have $500,000. More now, actually. Market's been good. Why didn't you tell me? Why would that change anything? I'm the same person I was 5 minutes ago. But we could have been living better, traveling, nice things. We could have, but I chose security over appearances. If that makes me a loser, then yeah, I'm a loser. She tried to backtrack. I didn't mean it. I was just frustrated. No, you meant it, and now you know you were wrong about the money, but right about one thing. We're not compatible. What are you saying? I'm saying you should pack. Stay with your sister tonight. We'll figure out the logistics later. Update 1, Ashley didn't leave that night. Instead, she tried to play it off like nothing happened. Made my favorite dinner, wore that dress I liked, kept trying to initiate let's move forward conversations. Babe, couples fight. It's normal. We're stronger now. Ashley, you told me you wished you dated my brother. That's not a fight. That's a revelation. I was just mad about the car thing. No, you revealed how you actually see me. And now that you know about the money, you want to stay? That tells me everything. Wednesday, she switched tactics. Tears. So many tears. I love you, not your money. You literally changed your tune the second Dylan mentioned my portfolio. That's not fair. I was in shock. Thursday, she went nuclear. Started calling my mom. My phone rang at work. Mom. James, honey, Ashley called crying. Says you're throwing her out over a silly argument. Mom, she said she should have dated Dylan instead. Long pause. She said what? Yeah, that little… I never liked her anyway. You need help packing her things? God, I love my mom. But Ashley wasn't done. She called my dad next. My dad, who taught me about index funds when I was 12. Who drives a 15-year-old Toyota despite running a successful contracting business. He texted me. Your girl just tried to convince me you're having a mental breakdown. I told her the only breakdown was her showing her true colors. Block her number, son. Friday morning, the real entertainment started. Ashley went on social media. After 3 years, he kicks me out because I suggested we upgrade our lifestyle. Ladies, never date a man who won't grow with you. Narcissist alert, financial abuse. The comments were initially supportive, her friends rallying around her, until Dylan commented, "Upgrade equals wanting him to lease a BMW he doesn't need while you contribute $0 to bills?" Interesting definition. Ashley deleted the post within an hour. But screenshots were already circulating in our friend group. Her sister Miranda called me. "James, what the hell? Ashley's staying here saying you went psycho." "Miranda, she told me she should have dated my brother instead." "Oh, that explains why she won't tell me what the fight was actually about." "There's more." Explained the whole thing. The BMW pressure, the loser comments, the money revelation, her sudden change of heart. Miranda sighed. "She's always been like this. Remember her ex, Tony? Dumped him for not having ambition. He just started his own plumbing company, making bank now. Pattern of behavior? Since high school, she measures worth by appearances. I thought she'd grown out of it with you. Apparently not. I'll deal with her. You deserve better, James." Update 2 Saturday, Ashley showed up with a U-Haul and entitlement squad. Her mom, Donna, and her best friend, Kayla. Donna immediately started in. "How dare you humiliate my daughter like this, making her homeless over words." "She's not homeless, Donna. She's moving back to her apartment." Yeah, Ashley had her own place. She'd been renting it out for extra income while living with me rent-free. That detail seemed important suddenly. "You wasted 3 years of her life." "Did I? She lived here free, saved all that rent money, and now calls me a loser. Who wasted whose time?" Kayla jumped in. "You're seriously ending this over one fight? Men are so fragile." "It wasn't a fight. It was Ashley revealing she's only interested in image and money." "That's not true," Ashley protested. "I loved you before I knew about the money. But you called me a loser when you thought I didn't have any. That's the point." Then Ashley's mask slipped. "You know what? Fine. You are a loser. What kind of man hides that kind of money from his girlfriend? The kind who wanted to be loved for himself. That's manipulation. You tested me." "No, I just lived within my means. You failed a test I wasn't even giving." Donna pulled the guilt card. "She gave you 3 years of her life. She got 3 years of free housing. I'd say we're even." The loading process was tense. Ashley tried to take things that weren't hers. The TV I'd bought, kitchen appliances, even tried to grab my gaming console. That's communal property. "Receipts in my name, put it back." "I used it too. You watched Netflix, barely counts." Each item became a battle. She'd claim emotional attachment to things she'd never touched. The coffee maker she never used because she bought Starbucks daily. The air fryer she called unnecessary when I bought it. Finally, everything actually hers was loaded. Ashley turned for one last shot. "You'll regret this. No woman's gonna want a boring cheapskate who hides money. Better than a woman who only wants the money." Kayla decided to add her wisdom. "You'll die alone with your precious portfolio." "Maybe, but at least I won't die broke with someone who calls me a loser." They left. Ashley peeled out dramatically, probably for effect. Then came the text bombardment. Not from Ashley, she was blocked, but from numbers I didn't recognize. Her friends, cousins, random flying monkeys. "You're trash for doing this to Ashley. She deserves compensation for 3 years. You led her on pretending to be poor." That last one made me laugh. I never pretended anything. I just didn't flaunt wealth I was building. There's a difference. Update 3. The escalation was predictable, but still exhausting. Ashley started telling people we were basically married, and she deserved alimony. Someone explained to her, that's not how girlfriends work. She didn't take it well. She showed up at my workplace. That was fun. Security called me. "Mr. James, there's an Ashley here saying she needs to get her things from your office. She's never been to my office. Please escort her out." She made a scene, screaming about financial abuse and theft of relationship assets. Security had to physically remove her. My boss, who'd been watching from his office, called me in. "Rough breakup?" "She wanted me to lease a BMW I don't need." He laughed. "My ex wanted a boat. I feel you. Need any time off?" "Nah, I'm good. If she shows up again, we're calling the cops." But the real surprise came Tuesday. A process server at my door. Ashley was suing me for unlawful eviction. She was never on the lease. Emotional damages from financial deception. 3 years of unpaid domestic labor. Disposal of shared assets, the stuff I wouldn't let her steal. The amount? $50,000. I called my lawyer buddy Richard. He read it. Laughed for 5 straight minutes. This is toilet paper. She has no case. Counter-sue for harassment? Is it worth it? Probably not, but it'd be funny. Decided to just respond formally. Richard drafted something beautiful. Ms. Ashley has no legal standing. She was a guest in Mr. James's home, paid no rent, and has no claim to assets purchased solely by Mr. James. Her claims of financial deception are particularly amusing, given Mr. James was under no obligation to disclose his financial status to a girlfriend. We recommend Miss Ashley seek actual legal counsel before filing frivolous lawsuits. Meanwhile, Dylan called with intelligence. Bro, Ashley's been DMing me. Seriously? Yeah, started with, I think there was a misunderstanding, and escalated to, we should get coffee to talk about James. She's trying to date you now? Trying? Bro, she sent me bikini pics, while suing me? With the caption, James's loss could be your gain. I screenshotted everything. Send them to Richard. Might help with the harassment case. Already done. Also, told her I don't date gold diggers who insult my brother. What'd she say? Blocked me and posted about toxic masculinity and brothers who enable each other's abuse. The lawsuit went nowhere. Judge took one look and dismissed it. Ashley had to pay court costs. The rage texts from her mom were epic. You ruined her credit making her pay those fees. She ruined it herself, filing a frivolous lawsuit. She was entitled to support after 3 years. She was entitled to nothing but the exit she got. Update 4. The final extinction burst. Yes, I know that term is overused, but it fits. Came from an unexpected place. Ashley got a new boyfriend, some finance bro named Garrett she met on a dating app. Moved fast, Instagram official within 2 weeks. Normally wouldn't care. But then Miranda messaged me. You need to see this. Ashley's telling Garrett you're stalking her. Screenshots. Ashley telling this dude I was obsessed and dangerous, and she needed protection from her abusive ex. Garrett, apparently trying to be Captain Savaho, demed me from his professional account. Big mistake. Hey buddy, heard you can't let Ashley go. Back off or we'll have problems. I don't care how much crypto you have, I'll end you. I forwarded it to Richard. That's a threat. Want a restraining order? Against him or her? Both? Tempting. Instead, I did something better. Garrett worked at a major investment firm, listed on his LinkedIn, which he'd conveniently linked in his Instagram. I didn't contact his work. That would be petty. But I did reply to his message. Garrett, I haven't contacted Ashley since she moved out a month ago. I have no interest in her or you. However, you just threatened me in writing from an account linked to your employer. I've screenshotted this and forwarded to my attorney. I suggest you get your facts straight before making threats. Also, Ashley's being sued by her previous ex, Tony, for similar false allegations. Might want to Google that. Have a nice day. Within an hour, the message was deleted. Within 2 hours, Ashley was calling from different numbers, leaving voicemails. You're trying to ruin my new relationship? You're pathetic. I didn't respond, but karma did. Garrett, being in finance and apparently having 2 brain cells to rub together, did his research. Found the lawsuit she'd filed against me, public record. Found Tony's lawsuit against her, also public record. She'd claimed he owed her money for supporting his business emotionally. Found her pattern. He dumped her, publicly. Posted her screenshots trying to get him to buy her a car after 2 weeks of dating. Ashley's response? Claimed Garrett and I were in a conspiracy against her, that I'd turned him against her with lies, that we were financially abusing her together. Even her own friends started distancing themselves. Kayla posted something vague about surrounding herself with genuine people and unfollowed Ashley. Miranda sent one last update. She's spiraling, moved back with our parents. Says all men are trash and she's focusing on herself. Also, she applied for a BMW lease and got rejected. Karma's beautiful. Final update, it's been 3 months now. Life's peaceful. Ashley tried one last play. Sent a long email about how she's been in therapy. Doubt it. Realized her mistakes. Doubt it more. And wanted to apologize. Definitely don't believe it. I see now that I valued the wrong things. You were right about everything. I was shallow and materialistic. Can we at least talk? I didn't respond. She sent another. I know you're reading these. The least you could do is acknowledge my apology. Still didn't respond. Final email. You're just as cruel as I said. Ignoring someone trying to make amends shows who you really are. There it is. The fake apology dissolved the second I didn't bite. Classic. Meanwhile, my life improved dramatically. Promoted to senior developer, the lack of ambition really paid off. Started dating Rachel, a librarian who drives a Corolla and thinks expensive cars are compensation for something. Dylan's doing better. Got clean, sold the Porsche, living within his means. Mom invited Rachel to family dinner. Never invited Ashley once in 3 years. Even bought a new car, a slightly newer Honda. Paid cash. Last I heard through the grapevine, Ashley's still single, still at her parents', still posting about high-value women and knowing your worth, got fired from her firm for spending too much time on social media during work, tried to start a lifestyle coaching business on Instagram, has 12 followers, posted about being a survivor of narcissistic abuse. Weekly Tony, her ex before me, reached out on LinkedIn. Heard she tried the same thing with you. Sorry you went through that. You warned me when we started dating. I didn't listen. Nobody ever does. She's good at the beginning. How long until she showed her true colors with you? 2 years. You? 3. You're patient. I bounced the second she called me a loser for not buying a Rolex. She wanted you to buy a Rolex? With my plumbing business money, said it would elevate my image. Now I own 3 trucks and 5 employees. Still wear a Timex. Good for you, man. You too dodged a bullet. Dodged a missile. The thing that gets me isn't the money stuff. It's the loser comment. She genuinely thought having a stable job, living below my means, and saving money made me a loser, while thinking Dylan's debt-funded lifestyle made him a winner. She wanted the appearance of success, not actual success. The BMW without the payment, the lifestyle without the work, the relationship without the respect. Rachel asked me last week if I regret not telling Ashley about the money sooner. Would it have mattered? She either would have stayed for the wrong reasons or gotten mad I didn't spend it on her. There was no winning. You won by leaving. By her leaving, technically. Same result. She's right. Ashley leaving was the best thing that happened. Showed me what I don't want in a partner. Someone who measures worth in car brands and cares more about Instagram than stability. My brother said it best during our last conversation about it. She thought you were a loser, but you're the one with the paid-off car, the investment portfolio, and the new girlfriend who likes you for you. Meanwhile, she's unemployed, living with her parents, trying to become an influencer with 12 followers. Who's the loser now? I don't think Ashley's a loser. I think she's lost. There's a difference. She's lost in a world of fake social media lives, measuring herself against influencers who rent Lamborghinis for photo shoots. But that's not my problem anymore. My problem is deciding whether to buy more index funds or finally start that real estate investment I've been researching. Real loser problems, according to Ashley. I think I'll take being that kind of loser any day.
At my daughter's birthday, my father gave her a dollar store comb and said, "Pretty things aren't for kids like you." My kid started crying. My sister burst out laughing. 30 minutes later, no one was laughing when I pulled the envelope from my bag, and I don't think I've ever hated my father more than I did that day. And the worst part? My mother just stood there beside him like she always does, like his shadow, nodding silently while he tears people down. I used to think maybe she was scared of him, but after everything I think she just enjoys watching. I think they both feed off cruelty, his the loud, obvious kind and hers the quiet, smirking kind that lets you know she's never going to be on your side. It was my daughter Lily's 7th birthday. She'd been counting down for weeks, drawing pictures of her dream cake, writing little invitations for her classmates, even asking if Grandpa and Grandma would come. I told her yes. I didn't want to, but I said yes anyway. I guess I still had this tiny voice in the back of my head whispering maybe they'd surprise me. Maybe they'd act like the grandparents she deserved. They didn't. The party was at one of those indoor play places. Bright foam mats, jungle gyms, music playing over the speakers. I'd spent more than I should have. But Lily was glowing, running around in her sparkly birthday dress, squealing with her friends. For a minute everything felt good. Then my parents walked in. My dad was holding a wrinkled plastic bag from the dollar store. My mom had that same tight smile she always wears in public. No gift wrap. No card. No effort. Just the two of them looking around like they were the ones being celebrated. Lily ran up to them, bouncing on her toes. He handed her the bag without even kneeling down. She reached in and pulled out a broken pink comb, the kind that's already cracked before you even leave the store. It still had a clearance sticker on it. And dust. There was a weird pause. Then he said loud enough for everyone to hear. Pretty things aren't for kids like you. I swear time stopped. Lily stared at the comb. She looked up at him, then over at me. Her lip was trembling. Jenna, my sister, burst out laughing. Her twins joined in, loud and obnoxious. My mother didn't say a word. She just stood there watching like this was the most natural thing in the world. I didn't scream. I didn't throw the comb. I didn't grab my father by the collar like I wanted to. I just knelt down next to Lily and told her to come with me. We went to the bathroom. She cried. Not loud, just the kind of crying that makes your heart sink. Quiet, embarrassed, confused. I wiped her face and told her the truth. Some people don't know how to be kind, and it's not her fault. She nodded, brave as ever. She asked if she could still have cake. I told her she could have 2 slices. Back in the party room, things had moved on like nothing happened. My dad was holding court at one of the tables, telling some stupid story. Jenna was gossiping with 2 other moms. My mom was already sitting with a plate of pizza, acting like she'd had a hard day. But I was done pretending. I waited until after the cake. I didn't want to take that from Lily. She'd gotten a beautiful custom unicorn cake, exactly the one she'd drawn. She smiled again when we sang. That gave me the push I needed. When the candles were out and people were settling into that after-cake lull, I stood up. I pulled the envelope from my bag, walked right over to my father and handed it to him. He squinted at it, confused. I told him to open it. Inside was a document he hadn't seen in years, the one I'd been waiting to use. The deed to the house he and my mother lived in. The house they called theirs. The one they'd always threatened to pass down to Jenna. Only it wasn't theirs. It was mine. I hadn't kicked them out before because I was still renting, paying someone else's mortgage while they lived for free in the house I legally owned. But I'd reached my limit. I wanted a home for Lily. A real one. And now I had it. He looked up at me, then down at the papers. His face turned red. My mother grabbed the envelope and started reading. Jenna stopped laughing. That was the moment everything shifted. And I wasn't even close to done. My dad didn't react the way I expected. He didn't explode or shout. He just froze like he'd forgotten how to read. His fingers flipped through the pages slowly, lips moving like he was trying to sound out words. Like legal English was suddenly too complicated for the man who'd spent decades lecturing everyone about being the head of the family. My mom snatched the envelope from him when she realized something wasn't right. Her eyes darted back and forth across the first page, then the second, then she stopped and stared at my signature on the last one. She looked up at me, and for the first time in a very long time she looked genuinely scared. Jenna stood up slowly behind them. She wasn't laughing anymore. She leaned over and tried to look at the papers too, but my mom pulled them closer, shielding them like a secret. Someone at the party whispered, "What's going on?" I ignored it. I said it plainly so there'd be no confusion. The house you live in is mine. Wiggly. Has been since Grandma passed. He left it to me, not you. I let you stay there because I was trying to be respectful. That's over. My dad blinked. Still didn't say anything. I told him I'd been paying the property taxes for 8 years. Maintenance. Difference. The city fines they ignored for letting the porch rot. I covered it all. Quietly. Patiently. Because for some stupid reason I thought one day they might appreciate it. Or at least act like parents. Then I said the rest. You have 30 days to vacate. I'm moving in. That's when the yelling started. Jenna exploded first, calling me insane, ungrateful, a narcissist. She said I was destroying the family. That I was doing this out of jealousy. She said my daughter, my sweet Lily, was just an excuse for revenge. She stormed out with her twins, dragging them by their wrists. They didn't even get to take their goodie bags. One of them started crying because he dropped a cupcake on the floor, and Jenna just kept walking. My mom muttered something under her breath and followed, still clutching the envelope like it might rewrite itself on the way to the car. My dad stayed for a few seconds longer. He didn't look at me, just stared in the direction Jenna had gone. Then he said, "You'll regret this," and left. He didn't say goodbye to Lily. Once the door shut behind them, it felt like the whole room exhaled. People who'd been frozen with secondhand discomfort started moving again. The music came back on. Some of the kids started climbing into the ball pit. Andrea came over to me with a half-eaten slice of cake and said, "You should have done that years ago." She wasn't wrong. I sat down next to Lily and asked how she was feeling. She shrugged and said she was fine, but then added that next time she didn't want Grandpa to come to her party. I told her he wouldn't be coming to anything ever again. Then she smiled and asked if she could take an extra balloon home. I told her she could take 3. That night, when she was asleep, I sat on my couch and opened the envelope again. I read through the papers for the 100th time, not because I doubted them, but because I wanted to feel that power again. That control. It wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about protecting Lily from the same people who made me feel worthless for most of my life. I sent an email to my lawyer just before midnight. The eviction notice would go out in the morning. I didn't expect them to go quietly, and I didn't care. The eviction notice hit their doorstep on a Wednesday morning. By noon, my phone was already blowing up. First a missed call from my mom, then another. Then Jenna sent a photo of the envelope sitting open on their kitchen table, followed by a one-line text. Seriously? No punctuation. No explanation. Just that. I ignored it. At 4:11 p.m., Jenna tried again with a voice message. I didn't play it. Whatever she had to say, I'd already heard it 1,000 times before. I was dramatic, selfish, emotional, unstable, jealous of her perfect family. They always defaulted to that. Like my childhood had been some fever dream I'd made up to embarrass them. I took Lily out for frozen yogurt. We sat in the car while she told me about a boy in her class who says, "Ugh," every time someone mentions vegetables. She was laughing, completely untouched by the storm building just a few miles away. And I realized then how much I'd done right. I kept her soft, safe. She didn't flinch when people raised their voices. She wasn't scared of making a mess. She was nothing like I was at her age. And I wasn't about to let them get near her again. The next morning they showed up at my apartment. I hadn't even had coffee yet. Lily was still in bed when the banging started. Not a knock, not a ring of the bell. Fists pounding the door fast and hard. I looked through the peephole. My dad. My mom. Jenna. I stepped outside and shut the door behind me before they could see Lily. The second I opened it, my dad launched in. Said the deed was a lie, that Grandma must have been confused, and that the whole thing wouldn't hold up in court. He kept going, calling me heartless, selfish, unnatural. Said no daughter evicts her own parents. My mom cut in, waving a manila folder like it was Exhibit A. She said they'd sacrificed so much for me. She brought up a winter coat they bought me in 8th grade. Some orthodontist bill. Birthday cake when I was 12. Like those things bought them lifetime rights to everything I owned. Jenna stood off to the side, sipping her iced coffee like this was just another episode in the family circus. She didn't say much until I looked at her and said, "And you laughed at my daughter." That's when she finally blinked. He said I was overreacting. That it was just a joke. That Lily wouldn't even remember. I told her I'd make damn sure she didn't have to. And then just when I thought they might run out of steam, my dad dropped it. He said straight-faced like he was stating a fact, "You've always been bitter because we loved Jenna more." My mom didn't flinch. Jenna didn't correct him. They didn't even see it as a cruel thing to say. It was just the truth they'd lived in for so long, they forgot to be ashamed of it. I nodded. Said they had 28 days to leave. Then I turned around, walked inside and locked the door behind me. Lily had woken up. She asked if everything was okay. I told her yeah, just some people who won't be around much longer. After breakfast, I drove over to the house. I still called it that, the house. Not my house. Not yet. I think part of me still associated it with pain. With being 16 and told I couldn't eat dinner until my room was spotless. With being 18 and hearing my dad tell me I'd never make it without their help. With my mom whispering to relatives that Jenna had turned out better. But standing there that morning alone in the driveway, I saw it differently. This was the place where my daughter was going to learn to ride a bike. Where we'd paint the walls any color we wanted. Where nobody would say she wasn't pretty enough, smart enough, or good enough. I went inside with a box of packing tape and started emptying their things. The hideous floral couch. Gone. The dusty ceramic figurines my mom lined up on the mantel. Gone. My dad's recliner. The one he sat in while he made me feel small. Out on the curb by noon. I hired movers to take everything else to a storage unit. I didn't throw anything away. I wanted to. But I wanted this done clean. My lawyer warned me there'd be resistance. That they might try to contest the will. But the documents were airtight. Witnesses. Notarized. Grandma left no room for interpretation. She knew what they were like. And she chose me. They just never thought I'd use it. But I wasn't that scared, obedient girl anymore. I was a mother now. And I was going to finish what I started. For a while it was quiet. Too quiet. They didn't call. Didn't show up. No threats. No letters. Not even a drive-by. My lawyer said that was a good sign, but I knew better. They were planning something. My parents didn't go down without dragging someone through the mud. Usually me. I kept packing the house, slowly turning it back into a home. One afternoon, I found a photo album wedged behind a cabinet in the hallway closet. It was one of the old ones, before Jenna started getting all the attention, before everything got cold. There were pictures of me with birthday hats, gap-toothed smiles, and cake on my face. My mom actually looked like she was laughing in one of them. Not posing. Laughing. I almost put the album in the trash. But I didn't. Later that week, Lily and I were at the house. I was scrubbing down the baseboards in what would soon be her room when she called me from the kitchen. He said someone was knocking. I came around the corner and stopped cold. It wasn't my parents. It wasn't Jenna. It was my uncle, my dad's brother. Uncle Mike had always been the outlier. He lived 3 hours away, showed up at weddings and funerals, and never really took sides. I hadn't seen him in 5 years. He looked uncomfortable. Like he didn't want to be standing there but had made himself do it anyway. He said he was in town for work. That he'd heard some things. That maybe I could help clear them up. I let him in. Lily went back to coloring on the floor. He sat down and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was a printed email. From my dad. I didn't even need to read it to know what it said. According to my father, I'd forged documents. Manipulated Grandma when she was no longer mentally capable. Exploited her while she was sick and confused. That I'd tricked a dying woman into giving me her house. It was disgusting. But here's the part one didn't see coming. Uncle Mike didn't believe him. He said the letter made no sense. Grandma had always been sharp. Sharper than both of them, honestly. She'd once caught Uncle Mike trying to sneak a cheap TV into her assisted living unit and made him return it because it sounded too hollow. That's the kind of mind she had. Detail-oriented. Stubborn. Careful. Then he said this. You know they're planning to take you to court, right? I did. My lawyer had warned me. But hearing it from someone in the family made it real. Uncle Mike shook his head and muttered something about them digging their own grave. Then he told me something else. Apparently, my parents had been lying about ownership for years. Not just to neighbors and friends but to the bank. They'd taken out a line of credit on the house years ago, claiming it was theirs. And now, with the eviction in motion, the bank was asking questions. Questions they couldn't answer. That part wasn't in the email. Uncle Mike heard it from a cousin who worked in lending. They'd committed fraud. And now they were caught between losing the house or losing everything else. I thanked him, not sure what else to say. He looked like he wanted to do more but didn't know how. Before he left, he knelt down next to Lily and handed her a little wooden elephant from his travels. She beamed. He stood up and said, "That's how you treat family." I locked the door behind him. For the first time, I felt something I hadn't let myself feel in months. I was winning. But I also knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. They were backed into a corner now. And people like my parents, they only get nastier when they have nothing left to lose. The lawsuit came on a Friday. Certified letter, hand-delivered to my door while I was making pancakes. Lily was sitting on the floor in her pajamas, building a tower out of markers. I opened the envelope while the pan was still hot, and for a second I just stood there, staring at the ridiculous list of accusations. Fraud. Coercion. Elder abuse. They were suing me over a house I legally owned. I called my lawyer. He wasn't surprised. He told me they tried to drown me in paperwork, delay the eviction, make it look like I was the villain. My parents weren't trying to win. They were trying to exhaust me. Drag it out, stall, hope I'd cave or settle. But I wasn't backing down. The next week, I drove by the house to meet with the locksmith and change the code on the garage. That's when I saw the sign. A big white sign staked in the yard. For sale by owner. A phone number scrawled in black marker. They were trying to sell my house. I nearly laughed. The desperation was so blatant it was pathetic. I called the number on the sign. Jenna answered. She sounded smug, like she'd been waiting for this moment. Said they already had an interested buyer, that it was funny how quickly things move when you deal with adults. I told her she might want to let the potential buyer know they'd be purchasing stolen property. She hung up. I called the county office that afternoon and reported it. Then my lawyer filed a cease and desist. The sign came down the next day, but the damage was done. I had neighbors calling, asking what was going on, why there were rumors the house was being sold out from under me. That weekend I got the first anonymous message. It wasn't from a stranger. It was my mom's handwriting, folded into my mailbox with no envelope. Said, "You're sick. You're ruining your daughter. We pray for you daily." I shredded it. Didn't even let Lily see it. But I kept the pieces just in case. Then came the most unexpected part. People started taking my side. Aunt Nancy, my mom's own sister, called me and said she wanted me to know the truth. That Grandma did talk about the will before she died. That she made her decision because she didn't trust my parents not to screw it up. That Jenna wasn't even considered. She said you had the most to lose, Nancy told me. And the most heart. Then my cousin Denise called to say she'd help if I needed a place to store stuff or needed someone to sit with Lily during court dates. She said she couldn't believe the way they were treating us. That everyone always thought Jenna was the golden child, but it turns out gold flakes off real fast when people look too close. The silence I'd lived in for years was cracking. And behind it, there were people who'd always known something was wrong. They just never thought I'd fight back. But there was still one person who hadn't said anything. My grandmother's best friend, Lorraine. The one who'd taken care of her in the last few months. The one who knew everything. I decided to visit her. She opened the door wearing one of Grandma's old cardigans and hugged me before I could say a word. He already knew why I was there. She said Grandma had been very clear. The house was for me. Because I needed stability. Because I was kind. Because I had the backbone my parents lacked. Then she handed me something I didn't know existed. A sealed envelope in my grandmother's handwriting, dated 2 weeks before she passed. Inside was a letter. And what was written in it changed everything. It took me 10 minutes to open it. I sat in my car with the envelope in my lap, staring at my grandmother's handwriting like it might dissolve if I touched it too hard. The date was clear. 2 weeks before she died, while she was still lucid, still bossing nurses around and arguing about what brand of crackers they gave her. When I finally peeled it open, the smell hit me first. That old paper smell. Then I unfolded the letter and saw my name, written just like she used to write it. Amber Lee. No one had called me that since I was a kid. The letter wasn't long, but every word hit like a brick to the chest. She said she knew what my parents were like. That she'd spent years watching them chip away at me and that it broke her heart. She wrote that Jenna had always been a mirror of my mother. Cold, performative, calculated. That they only understood love when it made them look good. She said she left me the house not because I needed it more, but because I would use it right. You'll make it warm again, she wrote. You'll fill it with laughter. You'll fix what they broke. And then, at the bottom, something I hadn't expected at all. A short line. If they contest this, give Lorraine the key. That was it. No explanation. I called Lorraine right there in the car. She laughed when I asked. Said she was wondering when I'd find it. Then she told me to come by the next morning. He had something for me. I barely slept that night. Lily curled up next to me after a nightmare and I just let her stay. I watched her breathe for hours, wondering what kind of world I was dragging her into. But I also knew I was doing this for her. So she'd never have to sit on the edge of her bed wondering why her family didn't want her to shine. The next morning, Lorraine handed me a small wooden box. It was heavier than I expected. Inside were 3 things. USB drive. A handwritten list of names. A folded document, notarized and dated. A second addendum to my grandmother's will. Lorraine said Grandma had been planning for this. She guessed they'd try to fight it, try to twist it, ruin it. So she gave Lorraine copies of everything. Not just the will. Not just her final wishes. But recordings. Dozens of them. The USB drive had audio files. My grandmother, alone, talking through every reason for every choice she made. Calm, detailed, clear. She spoke about my parents' manipulations, about Jenna's obsession with appearances, about overhearing my father joke that Amber can't even keep a man, how's she gonna keep a house? She had receipts, names, dates, even stories from people I'd never met. Apparently, she'd asked friends to write statements in case it went to court. The list of names? People ready to testify. Neighbors, caregivers, even a former nurse. The addendum? A clear clause. If the house was ever contested in court, a full secondary clause would go into effect. And that clause? My parents and Jenna would be permanently disinherited from anything tied to her estate. Including remaining trust funds. Including life insurance payouts. Including the land in Arizona they'd always planned to retire on. I sent everything to my lawyer. 3 days later he called me and said, they just lost everything. By the end of the month my parents were out of the house. Jenna tried to post some vague story on Facebook about betrayal and family snakes. It got 5 likes, all from people I hadn't spoken to since high school. They moved into a 2-bedroom apartment across town. I heard Jenna had to take on a second job to help with rent. Me. I moved into the house with Lily. We painted the walls lavender and sunshine yellow. We planted tomatoes in the backyard. We hung a swing from the old oak tree. They never apologized. Not to me. Not to Lily. Not even once. But I didn't need it. They thought I'd ruin the family. That I'd bring shame. What they couldn't understand was this. There was no family to ruin. They'd burned it years ago. All I did was build something better in its ashes.